Bam Shiva. How you all doing? Aum Namo Shankar. I hope you're all having an absolutely great weekend as a new beginning after the reset. That was the beginning of summer if you're in the north, or the beginning of winter down under. We had a show about this yesterday where we had a little bit of a tongue wag, myself and Toby One Kenobi. Right now in the studio with me, we're warming up the show, is dear Cosmic Prankster. He's come to bring some of his elemental wisdom from the Fae. He works with the Fae. For those of you that don't know, will be catching this show as a rerun later. Why does my voice sound more like John Malkovich now? I don't understand why I've got that droning in my voice. Please give me a minute to get my voice under control. But anyway, yeah, Cosmic is really cool. He's got a lot of innovative ideas and free thinking, a free thinking guy, which we love. And like you'll notice, the people that are on the round table are more people that actually have experienced some kind of spiritual things, phenomenon, experiences. We don't just have theoreticians here. We have people that actually are speaking from their own experiences, which is more rare than you would believe on YouTube, funnily enough. Everybody's reading too many books. Welcome, dear brother Cosmic. It's an honor to have you as always. And please warm up your gab.
Yeah, man. So I'm looking at this topic today, Black Sun. And I don't think I've really thought too much about the Black Sun. I know I have heard the concept before, so I might need a little bit of a refresher on what that's all about. But yeah, let's ready to get started and do this thing and analyze this stuff, man. My weird fairy magic. Let's do this.
Yeah, man, brother. That's how we roll. I didn't know we were going to be talking about this. I actually didn't know what the topic was going to be until just a little while ago. I was talking to my girlfriend. She says, "What's going to be the round table today? What's the talkie?" I was like, "Talkie." Oh yeah. Oh right, yeah. Let me go and do the maths and go sit down with the numbers, start playing with the numbers, and go 53. There's something odd about the number 53. It's not quite 52. We know why 52 is so relevant, but 52 relationships between 53 objects. And it made me think about something like highly mystical, that connection between the number 13 and number 12. And so my man started swimming in something that Toby One Kenobi had said on a few roundtables ago. He wanted to talk about the Ain Soph. And that obviously has relations to the Black Light specifically, right? And by the Black Light, I'm not talking about the Black Sun. There are these different ideas. There's the Black Sun, and then there's the Sun, and then there's the Black Light, and then there's Ain Soph. Then there's the Ain Soph. These are like concepts related to Hermetic Kabbalah as well as Jewish Kabbalah, which align very well with the Sufi understanding of the Black Light. But I think what's happened is all of these YouTubers and TikTokers have, and this is probably something to start talking about as a precursor. I don't know how you feel about this, Cosmic. Generally speaking, people tend to just do a little bit of research.
Well, I'll shame the dog.
Big love, brother. Welcome. Give him a minute. He's in the car. People tend to just associate things fast. They don't research things deeply. They research things in the surface, assume they understand it, and move on to the next thing. I think it's a part of the modern education system to just get a basic, very rudimentary idea of what it is and move on to the next topic. Because, that's how we've been trained, multiple choice questions. Oh, I got all the multiple choice questions right, so I must understand this. So we've got driving in the driver's seat on the right-hand side, got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a shadow worker as well as a anthropologist as well as he's done a lot of different things. He's a researcher. He's also been very embedded within the Tao and the mystical teachings of the Tao and Hermetic, as well as Eastern Oriental philosophies and spirituality. So welcome, dear brother Indy Sage. Have a little bit of a gab warm-up if you can. Don't know what the audio is like in your car.
Cool. Thanks for the great introduction, Franklin. Yeah, I've been studying ancient philosophical Taoism for since the year 2000, so for over 2.5 decades. And it's deeply rooted in my heart space. And I do lectures at my local spiritual center on ancient philosophical Taoism. But I also practice Jungian shadow work therapy. And I'm always interested in anthropology. I have my main focus on mythoanthropology to understand the ancient traditions of the great mysteries and the input that they can have on the development of the human race, our inception here on the surface. And I go pretty deep with that stuff. A lot of it's in my blog page on vibetribescribe.wordpress.com if you want to check that out. But as Franklin mentioned, I also have my fingers in many pots. I'm deeply involved in research, and I like to research all things that are mysterious. And so this would be a great show. I've done a lot of research, and I have some articles on the Black Sun and the Black Sun cults, also associated with Saturn and possibly Nibiru, the Dark Star. But we're going to get into some of this today. It's going to be a great discussion. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, let's take a moment to say hello to the people in the chat. Welcome. I hope you guys are going to do some flick flacks of the mind. Keep on track. Gonna take us all remind. Gonna take a little deeper motion through the facts, or so-called facts. So we've got a whole crew in here. We've got Malik. We got Carly. We've got the Star. We've got Tom Rue, Howard. And let's go. Yeah, well, those are the people I'm seeing so far. If I've missed anybody, please forgive me. I scrolled up fast, but big love and big welcome to you all and everybody else that's sitting in the chat. Enjoy the conversation. This is a topic that's a little bit close to my heart. No, maybe it's a lot close to my heart, if I'm going to be fair. I would say maybe it's a lot close to my heart. That's a more honest way of putting it closely here, because it's something that has been spoken about. It's been put out there by a lot of tubers and a lot of talkers. Tick tock tock tockity tick tick, and I've noticed that there seems to be a little bit of a how can I put this? They're making soup, right? They're making soup. By the end of the meal, you don't know what you ate, because it's just all in a bowl and it's blended up. It's one big consistency, and it's a bowl of soup. And you go, well, that was nice soup. I don't know what it was, but I ate it. As opposed to like, oh, look, a carrot. That's a mushroom. Oh, that one's nice. That's pumpkin, or courgettes, or green beans, or whatever it is, butter beans, whatever it is, lentils, whatever you're putting into your food. And my issue with this is that they take a lot of ideas and they're trying so hard to find the synchromistic connection without diving deeply enough into each topic. And the problem here is there aren't sources available for half of the topics that we've got on the table here. So let me go and see what it is that I've written here. Okay, so the Black Sun. There's quite a lot of information available about the Black Sun, right? The occult mysteries of the unmanifest. This is like actually more really what we're talking about when we're talking about elements of the Black Sun, which goes by many names. The Sol-Niger, the Kala Surya. Kala Surya. Kala means black. Surya means sun. The Maha-Kala, the Buddhist tradition, right? That's got to do with the great wheel of time is related to this. Obviously, we're also looking at Amun. That's what the image is here. Amun Ra is a composite polarity relating to as above, so below. Where Ray or Ra, probably better to say Ray, is the manifest light that shines upon the world and gives us an impression of just exactly what kind of a physical reality we're moving through. Namaste, Hollow Bones. Lovely to have you here as well. Out tuition, namaste. Big love, big blessings. Welcome to the table. So yeah, you know, these ideas of this balance between Surya and Kala Surya, between Re and Amon Re, and you know, the Sol-Niger. So I'll start off with just let's look at the alchemical tradition, because it's had quite a lot of effect upon our ideas relating to the black sun, right? With its name, Sol-Niger, being almost a controversial name because it looks like it's trying to get like down the road of what we saw happening like a few hundred years ago, with you know, people speaking in strange ways about other people. But that's not really what this is. It's really relating to the color, and it's relating to the dark color. So Sol-Niger means the sun that is dark. Kala means dark. Kala Surya. Maha-Kala, Kala means dark. Maha means the great spirit that is black. So these are ideas that we've got from these traditions. But when we look at the Sol-Niger, it's got some very specific principles within the alchemical tradition itself. And alchemy, while there's been a lot written about alchemy, a lot said, a lot of people say that it was not about turning gold in lead into gold, which is true. But there was some fairly profound work that did involve a test to test the monatomic gold, the philosopher's stone that one had manufactured. This stone would have some fairly profound qualities. It would affect the gravity, the mass, the weight. It could affect the surroundings, objects surrounding it. Like if you wanted to get a 5-year-old child to lift a ton, or 5,000 pounds, you could achieve this goal by changing the mass of a 5,000 pound car so that a little child could pick it up. For example, it gives us insight into how they could have built the pyramids. And Dune is about the spice. And the spice is about that which gives you a psychedelic experience, but it's also used for wormhole travel. Here's something interesting. I was saying to my girlfriend about how I think that there's a relationship between the spice and monatomic gold in that film Dune. Now, how that relates to this is the alchemy of creating this substance which could affect matter. How it affected matter was it liberated the elemental substance of the unseen, of the black sun, and was able to affect the materialization of the white sun, or of the, you know, the usual solar electrical process. So basically you can affect electrical fields with magnets, is what we're saying. And electrical fields is what holds atoms in place, and the substance of matter is based upon this. So there's obviously, we're talking about something that's magnetic or gravitational in its nature. And so we think of the sun as passing out electrons, right? Passing out this electron potential photons, which are highly excitable, manifesting particles of light, as we like to call them. But there is also another component of light which is unseen, not a particle of light. This is polar potential of the caduceus, if we want to consider it. So from an alchemical perspective, when we speak of this black sun, or as they like to call it, right, the Sol-Niger, it represents that principle. Just let me check, is that coal hot? No, it's not. Okay. He likes to chew around in my little ash bowl. He likes to chew the charcoal. It's good for his beak, but as long as there's nothing hot in there. So this fundamental principle relates to the idea of decay, the idea of things being broken down, the idea of things dematerializing, the idea of things rotting, right? And so we've got the ideas of darkness and the degeneration of matter, which is quite an important principle if we consider what entropy really represents. And in this way, it relates to aging. In this way, it relates to time. In this way, it holds a subtle relationship with Saturn. But these days, people have just taken Saturn is the black sun and they run with it, when it's actually a lot more subtle than that. And they actually very specifically speak of it in Sanskrit literature as not being Shani, not being Saturn. It's actually the sun. And the same thing in the Egyptian cosmologies. They do not speak of it as being Saturn. They speak of it as being the counterpart of the sun, of Re Amun. And Amun is the unmanifest aspect of light. I know the Freemasons consider the black sun as being the sun which is below, which is interesting, below us. And they actually have a way that they actually put this into context in their diagrams. And the way that they actually represent it is with a circle within an oval. And they'll draw the rays of light coming out of the circle, right? And with the black sun beneath. And that's how they construct their symbol of Freemasonry. I don't know if you guys know that. The symbol of Freemasonry with the compass and the square is actually a representation of the black sun's activities and the unmanifest potential. And I believe the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians have a similar idea, relate the light of the moon to being the light of the black sun, as in the moon is not reflecting the sun that we see. The moon is reflecting the black sun. So I don't know. I thought I'd put that out there for a start. It's a little bit on the table. What do you think of that? What are your ideas in relation to the moon possibly not reflecting the sun's light, but reflecting some other light?
Yeah, I love that. That's fascinating. It's a real thought provoker, and it rings true to a lot of mythos that I've heard about these things. And I read an interesting book about how they said that Neptune veils Vulcan, or was it the moon that veils Vulcan? But they were talking about how there's various bodies that are veiled by other bodies that are behind them. And people have spoken about the dark star known as Kachina Red by the Hopi Indians, also referred to as Nibiru by the ancient Mesopotamians. Not to be confused with the works of Zacharias Sitchin, where they said that the peoples came from Nibiru, although that does align with the Hopi legends that there's actually a satellite around Kachina Red named Kachina Blue. And there was a cult in the 70s and early 80s called the Cult of the Blue Star People that was associated with the Kachina Blue planet that orbits around the dark sun, the dark star, Nibiru, which is said to be the binary star to the Helios Apollo sun, which I refer to as the yellow sun, although a lot of people are calling it the white sun now that Neil deGrasse Tyson has declared it to be white and turning white, which is a total possibility. But my grandfather was an astronomer, and so I'm familiar with spectrometry. And when you look at the spectrograph of a star, yes, it does contain all the different colors of the rainbow, although a star can never appear to be green or purple. And the only stars that are white are like a neutron star or a white dwarf star, which are extremely hot and dense. And I'm just grateful that our star is not a white star, because they are the hottest and most dense stars, and we'd be crushed and scorched. But it's interesting possibility. You know, I'm not certain of what's going on. I just am aware of information about how to analyze star colors by the spectrograph. And although there are many different spectrums in all of the spectrums of the rainbow in each spectrograph of all stars, the actual appearance of a star um, refers to the prevalence of bands around a certain spectrum that gives it its main color that it appears as. Although things are happening in our atmosphere right now, and as the pole is shifting, it's been known to do things to the atmosphere, like in the Lachance event 41,000 years ago. The pole shifted so much that the magnetosphere got brought down to 10%, and it allowed the UV radiation to permeate through the upper atmosphere, which might have pushed the Neanderthals into extinction. But basically, something similar could be happening right now where the atmosphere is being weakened by the pole shift, and it's allowing the aurora borealis to be visible in places that weren't seen before. I say like Franklin's got something.
I'm going to go and grab a cup of cocoa. I'm going to be like 1 minute. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Sounds good. All right. And so the idea that the moon is actually reflecting a different body, a different celestial body is quite interesting to me, because I've always looked when the moon's out and the day moon is out, which there, you know, the name hours comes from Horus having walked 12 steps across the day sky and then 12 steps across the night sky, and that gives us our 24 hours of a day. And hours has the same letters as Horus; they've just been rearranged. So it's quite interesting because in ancient Cometian lore, they suggested that actually the nighttime uh, of the sun, where the sun um, is under the world, they believe that the sun actually would go into the underworld. They didn't really necessarily see things as being like on an orb where there's another people's on the other side of the planet where it's daytime for them there. They assumed that the sun was going through a dark space in the underworld while it was dark on the surface up above, and that it would return to brighten the surface at dawn. And in the battle of dark and light, they suggested that the stars above and the moon were able to provide light to us in the times of darkness, and even in the new moon, when the new moon's not there to reflect either the black sun or the Helios Apollo sun, the stars are there. And in ancient history of the Cometian lore, they suggested that the stars are actually people that have been risen up to the heavens, or the celestial bodies have been coming up into the cosmos, or the souls have been lifted above the firmament and shine their light down onto the world to provide insight and guidance to those who hold light in their heart space, to help them be guided through the world away from the darkness, and carry their light within, to transmute the darkness into light. And I feel like this is the time that's upon us right now. We're starting to see that the darkness has been exposed to the light, and it's dissolving and disintegrating before our eyes. Because the way I see it is that the darkness actually has no source besides hiding in the shadows, but it's without being hidden in the shadows when exposed to light, which does have a source in all of the stars of the cosmos and our sun, and the celestial bodies that reflect those lights, like the moon. They're actually referred to as lanterns in etymology sometimes. The lanterns of the cosmos shine the light of wisdom and understanding and guidance upon the world. And in the times of great darkness, when things are the darkest, the stars rather shine the brightest. Kind of fumbling over my words a little bit here. Still starting my day. Just got back from a little excursion to the lake, and went to a little flowers market. Got some vegetables and some flowers over there. Springtime's upon us over here in Western North Carolina, but we're getting a cold front moving in right now. It's been really hot in the winter, and now in the spring, it's starting to get cold. So things are a bit strange, but I'm sure the heat's going to come back and smack us pretty soon, because we had record temperatures over 110 degrees in the wintertime for the first time ever in the country. This past winter was the first time ever in history that temperatures have ever gotten that high, as long as we recorded them, which I guess is somewhat of a short window of time. Um, Probably goes back to maybe the 1800s, but I mean, I don't know, maybe early 1500s was when the conquistadors arrived here, and so they say that's when our history began. But I mean, everyone knows that there's a lot of things that have gone on here for probably at least 10,000, maybe 20,000 or longer years. Some think up to 100,000 years in the Americas where there were people here, and I wouldn't doubt it. But those things are not allowed to be kept in our records here. They've kind of deleted all those records. But the traditional native peoples here have a lot of oral traditions about what actually went on before our supposed his story. And I've always tried to dive deep into her story of things, the truth of what really goes on in our world and the ancient lore. To me, brings great insight and holds intuitive truth. Whereas the things we're taught in indoctrination about the sun and the soul and the underworld and what people refer to as the star seeds, or traditionally referred to as the watchers and the angels, um, and the fae in Ireland and such. Um, those things are all kind of, to me, integrated as an understanding of things in the interdimensional realm, where there's other dimensions that are unseen to us, but they're very much real. Some people can see through the veil and see these things, and so to them, it's really no contest as to whether they're real. It's just how to articulate them to people that don't have the ability to see uh, transdimensional things. But Freddie Silva, the author, recently made a wonderful movie called Megalith about going around to megalithic sites at certain times when the veil thins, and he's done some exploration of the telluric fields of the ley lines, which can be um, seen through dowsing if you have a dowsing rod, or you can use pendulums sometimes to discern as to where the telluric fields are the strongest. And at certain times when they're the strongest, some people are able to see the Fae, apparently, and the Watchers can appear. The individuals that are pure of heart and mind, that have integrated their heart and mind spaces um, through self mastery, they'll appear to people and offer guidance to us. And I've had experiences with this recently and in the past, so I can attest to the fact that there's definitely something more than meets the eye that goes on in the world, which is kind of pushed under the rug with modern science and indoctrination and academia. They kind of want us to think that this stuff is just cuckoo, schizophrenic hallucinations, but obviously there's something going on more than meets the eye, whether that is something in the subconscious mind or there's actually things that are going on unseen in the actuality of the world beyond us. It's to be determined, but there's a lot that goes on that we can actually explore the understandings and the great mysteries of things together by looking at what can we gauge from our understanding now with modern technology, the ability to see with different lenses through apparatuses and instruments that can sense things that the eyes don't, and what things are spoken of in ancient traditions and myths and oral traditions that happen that we're not able to notice unless we develop like a fine-tuned understanding and keenness of spiritual light. Some people understand these things through gut feelings. Some people are able to actually see them with their eyes, but there's a lot that goes on. Now, they also speak of, in addition to the black sun, which is sometimes associated with Saturn, but as Franklin mentioned, probably mentioned as a transdimensional celestial body or a veiled celestial body that's not able to be seen, maybe beyond the firmament. There's also the central sun, which is mentioned by uh, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, and she talked about the central sun being in the underworld or the the inner Earth or the hollow Earth, and that they actually have a sun there. And I think it's been kind of told to us in misinformation or disinformation that is a place where the black sun is in the central part of the Earth. But who knows? There could be both. It could be one or the other. It's good to keep the quest continuing and continue to question things and find more better perspectives and more testimonies of people that have firsthand experience. And so to be able to think that you have all the answers is when you are a closed book and you stop learning. But there's always more to learn. So that's why we're here together as a team, around table, bringing our minds together and explore the stories and the understanding of what's possible out there and what we know.
Yeah, man, brother. I was listening to you while I was in the kitchen. Sorry, I took longer than I planned. I was commissioned to make a salty lassi for my boy, Joshua Eli. He was like, Dad, salty lassi. I was like, okay, my boy. So I had to make him one. And then I had to sort out my little tweet in his little bed chamber. And everything was falling down. It's Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law. The moment you don't have time, you don't have time. But I like what you were saying. Interesting. There's a couple of points I heard, like what you were talking about, the idea that Blavatsky, I think she wasn't the only theosophist that discussed this. I think Martha's discussed it as well. I think there were a couple that discussed this. This notion of the Alchuron, is it Alchuron? The central sun. No, not Alchuron. I'm sorry.
Halcyon?
Mixing up my names. Hey?
Is it Halcyon?
I don't know. I'm not going to go with the name, but the central sun, probably a good enough name. The idea that the central sun was the black sun. This is an interesting concept. That the polarity of the central sun is different. Okay, so let's break it down, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine, I'm just going to go with common sense for a moment, right? We're told that the speed of light is constant. Well, I ripped that idea a new one in a recent podcast, right? And I showed receipts and evidence. This is the official scientific belief. Well, the official scientific story is that there are different frequencies of light and they all travel at different speeds. That's the truth. The other official story of physicists' idea about light is that it travels at different speeds through different mediums. The other official fact of science that they call facts, they call facts, is that space is not a true vacuum, right? So space is a medium. So the speed of light traveling through space, so-called space above our planet, is not the speed of light they've written down in the books. They've written down a mathematical equation for what they think the speed of light is through a true vacuum, but there is no true vacuum anywhere. First point. Second point, according to their theories, there are different grades of space. The so-called space around our planet is one grade. Further out into the edges of our solar system, it's different. When we leave our solar system and we go out into bigger cosmic space, the nature of the space, so-called partial vacuum, is different. So that means that there's a different speed of light outside of our solar system, a different speed of light inside of our solar system, different speeds of light where there's dark matter, right, and dark energy, different speed of light moving through the outer ranges of our atmosphere, and different speed of light throughout every different gradation of our atmosphere. And when light travels through water, it travels at a different speed. This is what the so-called science says. But then they still hit us with this constant speed of light. Now that's in a vacuum. There's no vacuum anywhere. So that's like a vacuum. It takes a vacuum brain to compute what they say, right? Really, we got to turn our brains into a vacuum and just go, okay, fill my vacuum with your BS, instead of asking questions. So the speed of light's not constant. The speed of light is not set. That's a lie. But it's a lie that everybody just assumes that Lyle guy, that scientist you mentioned, he'll go on about the speed of light, but he should know better because he's a physicist. And when we look at it like this, what I know is if I turn on a grow light, how far I put my plants away from that grow light, the particles degenerate, they lose energy as they move, right? Now, since space is not a full vacuum, it's a partial vacuum, that means that the light is losing energy as it moves, right? Now, certain bandwidths and parts of the frequency are moving faster, and certain parts of the light frequency are moving slower. The speed of light in the blue range is different to the speed of light in the red range. So there's a considerable difference of speed of light between 400 nanometer wavelength and an 800 nanometer wavelength. And then the true scope of light is not just between the 360 nanometers and 900 nanometer range, where you've got a little bit of a UV and a little bit of a infrared thrown on to make it look fancy. That's not light, that's visible spectrum of light that we react to with our eyes. But the true spectrum of light is really broad. So when you extend the true spectrum of light outwards, the electromagnetic spectrum coming out of the sun, it's a massive spectrum, and the slowest part of that is way slower than the fastest part. Now, there's a double component of light. We know that light has got a wavelength, right? And we know that light acts like a particle. This is what we believe, probably a better way to say, based upon the double slit experiments. Light has these two characteristics. One of them is a particle, but that is an electrical thing that loses energy as it moves. The other one is a wave based upon the cohesion between the electrical particles. So there's a cohesive wave between the particles connecting them. This is why we see the quantum entangling effect of the particles through the double split, right? Experiment. What that's proving essentially is that there's a quantum field and that the particles can entangle quantumly between that flux field, which is part of the other frequencies of light. So imagine now light's traveling through a not complete vacuum for very vast differences. Much of that light is going to be de-energized. So what kind of light actually reaches us from the center of the galaxy? This is, I think, what Madame Blavatsky and many of those people were contemplating. I don't know whether I agree with them or not, but I believe this must be the background ideas that drove this concept. If the light is traveling to us from such a vast difference through a not complete vacuum, probably a lot of the electrical particles have been de-energized. And the only part that's reaching us is the cohesive field. And that cohesive field may be what we're talking about, of that black sun radiance. So there's an idea. Though they may also just be speaking in terms of metaphor, but I don't believe in pure metaphor, because I think metaphor has a place in the physical. Cosmic Brother, did you want to say something?
I think in this conversation you're talking about there, I think we should talk about the more just science in general, because I've been thinking lately about what really constitutes science from pseudoscience. And it has nothing to do with how much evidence you have. It doesn't do with how many credentials you've got, or any of these real things. To me, what fundamentally makes someone scientific in their understanding is, are they willing to accept that their theory is wrong if someone presents them with better theories and a better idea? And if your answer to that is no, you are not being scientific. And I think that's an important thing to realize, because so many people, when they're trying to understand things, they start with their conclusion and then work their way backwards towards the hypothesis, rather than the other way around. And if you're in a position where there is no condition where your conclusion can be falsified or disproven, then your idea can't really be proven either. But what's disturbing about this realization is that it's not just the conspiracy theory New Age people that do this. It's also the mainstream science people that do the exact same thing. They fall for the exact same problem with materialism, because really materialism is starting with the conclusion and working your way backwards. You assume that materialism is true, and then you pick all the little bits and pieces of evidence that seem to that point to materialism actually being a true thing. Where instead, if you were genuinely scientific, you would look at this conclusion and you look at the data and you say, maybe this points towards materialism, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. We don't have enough evidence for it yet. I think this also ties back to what you were talking about earlier, Franklin, with the whole like TikTok and people just kind of like consuming sort of like soup ideas. Because I think that when it comes to occultism and spirituality, I think we have to recognize that, I think we in the round table, we're a little bit more independent and we kind of, go along with things. But, when I think about how people in the United States are raised with religion, there really isn't a heavy emphasis on really understand. Like, for example, with Christianity, there isn't really this super heavy emphasis on like understanding the Bible and all the little bits and pieces of the religion. I'm sure there's fundamentalists and evangelicals that do that. But I think for the standard everyday Christians, just kind of, go to church, say some Hail Marys, and, you're all good to go. And you go there. And I think when it comes to occultism and spirituality, there's that same lackadaisical kind of attitude where it's just like, pay some lip service to it and don't really think about it. And it's almost like you can't even really blame the TikTok stuff for it, because if you think about how religion is sort of implemented in Western culture, this kind of blasé, do whatever kind of attitude has always been in there. All TikTok is really doing is highlighting a phenomena that's really there. So I think really the difference is that when you're trying to figure out something spiritually, occultism, you go at it from the position that you're working from the unknown. You're looking at the elements, you're figuring out the occult correspondences, and you're reaching your own sort of magical conclusion based on your own personal experiences that you've acquired, over time. Whereas I think a lot of people, they're used to the idea of somebody having everything figured out for them. There's already figured out system. The person's already figured out how to be enlightened. The person's already figured out, the magical elixir that's going to, rejuvenate your lifespan. And you don't really have to think about it. You don't have to introspect or dive deeper into the topics, because there isn't that sense of the world is a mystery and I'm going to engage and explore it. And I think the real delusion of the modern world is assuming we have everything figured out. Like, I think about in terms of what makes life meaningful. And, a lot of people will try to come up with philosophical arguments. Religious people will have their idea of what the meaning of life is. And then you have the nihilist existentialist people who say that life doesn't really have any meaning and it doesn't need it. But I think that the happiest and most meaningful I've ever been in my life was when I was just a small child and you had no idea what the world even was at all. You didn't know if it was meaningful or meaningless. Everything was just this complete mystery. You're just this person, you've taken a psychedelic for the first time and you have absolutely no clue what is going on. And despite that conclusion, it feels so meaningful that, to me, I feel like mystery is what gives existence meaning. And so many people look at meaning instead thinking some magical man in the clouds already has all the ideas of morality, space and time. Everything is figured out. Everything is explored. Everything is already done. There's nothing left to do. So just stick your nose to the grind and follow suit. And we've been conditioned to think that paradigm is a meaningful existence. We're conditioned to think that is meaningful. And then when we try to think something else say it's not meaningful, you're guilt tripped and you're thinking, oh, look at you. You're this societal degenerate. You're living a meaningless existence, where in reality, you're finding meaning outside of that world. It's with modern cultures, we're so inculcated with the meaning of that Western world that we think there's no meaning that exists outside of that paradigm. So, I think when it comes to occultism, I think what we need is a sense of mystery, because a lot of people, I think in the same way that we don't really understand, space and, what's out there. I think despite the fact that we have, like 5,000 years of like Hindu oral tradition and all these years of shamanism and I'm not like downplaying all those spiritual accomplishments that we've made, but at the end of the day, we're still, monkeys, we're still sort of babes in the womb in a world of total primordial mystery. And I think if we can kind of like look at the world from a mystery, because if you look at the ancient people who are like the ancient tribes and the ancient shamans who came up with this world, they were just like, okay, here's the stars, here's the plants and the earth and, all the planets and stuff. Let's have a conversation with these entities and figure out what's going on. Let's talk to the stars like, hey, stars, what's the universe? Hey, planets, what's going on? You have a conversation and you use your own reasoning and figuring it out. Whereas I feel like nowadays that sense of a search doesn't really exist anymore. There's this idea that all the roads are traveled, everything is already done, there's nothing new under the sun. And I think honestly, that whole nothing new under the sun, in my opinion, I think that's the real reason people are so depressed and nihilistic these days. Like, that's a huge part of it, is this idea of like, because you think about that is a kind of a sad concept. Like, think about like, when you finish a book and you've already read through it and you're like, the journey's over. And that's kind of what we're basically being told, that the journey is over. And now what? There's nothing left to do. Where in reality, the journey has only begun. So I think that that's the kind of attitude that we need to kind of have if we want a more authentic, magical tradition in our culture.
Yeah, man, I think there's a lot to that. I think it makes perfect sense as well. There definitely is this notion of a truth lotion that one can imbibe like some kind of a wisdom potion that'll give oneself, the perfect notion that's absolutely on the point. And life is a little bit messy. Life is a little bit gray. Life is what happens while you listen to God laughing at your plans, as I like to say, right? And we get so obsessed with our self-importance and the importance of our ideas and the importance of our thoughts. So as a backdrop, I think that that's something that we would want to apply to these ideas, especially science. And I would say a lot of the occult ideas that are coming through the YouTube machine. YouTube has taken the occult and made the occult great again, right? This is what YouTube's done. But it really did it in, I can only say, in Trump style, right? And so there's something quite fundamentally like a little bit, you want to introduce the set to the family. This is Dem and this is Ted. Together they are demented, Definitely the notions of science, for example, with this constant speed of light, and we could just poke holes in science all day long, right? And reduce science to a hysterical joke. Not that it is a hysterical joke, but that it is full of hysterical jokes that make up a big part of the body of this knowledge, which means that, you have to be very selective when you're looking at science if you want to buy what they're selling, if you want to drink the proverbial Kool-Aid. And I think the occult is becoming very much like that. The spiritual sciences have been dabbed by the brush of our scientific, era. And that scientific era is all about receipts. It's a big problem, right? People need receipts. Well, that idiot wrote a book about this, and that idiot wrote a book about this, and that idiot wrote a book about this. These are the receipts that make what I say true. And I'm using the word idiot very loosely because we don't know who these people are that wrote books. It just may have been an idiot for all we know. And this is like what people have been trained to do instead of think for themselves. Like, and like you say, Cosmic, like a lot of us in the round table, we just have our own ideas and we think for ourselves, and we probably ask questions that some people might forget to ask. And so getting back to this idea of this light having two poles, this idea seems to be propagated in many traditions. So we've got the Ida and the Pingala, which literally are two different kinds of lights. And then we see science has got electromagnetism, which is an interesting concept. And then we see the caduceus. And we go, okay, so this is interesting. So we have the caduceus, which represents two serpents that are wound together to produce this proverbial tree, right? This proverbial staff that is this manifesting principles of life and matter. And so it does seem like there are a lot of suggestions that suggest that life has two components. We don't see sense enough time to see this, because it's not something you can see off easily, right? And so when we start to like look at this concept and we start to like break it down, like the idea of a black sun producing a different frequency of unmanifest light. Now, this is one thing, and this is a very interesting idea, a very, very interesting concept. It's not to be not to be scoffed at, I don't think. But then we have another concept, the concept of Nur el-Assad. So the Nur el-Assad. Do you guys how many of you guys in the chat are aware of the Nur el-Assad? Right? I don't know if my pronunciation is as good as it could be. I don't speak Arabic. Sorry, people. But Nur el-Assad. Nur el-Assad. I think that's relative. Are there any Arabic-speaking locals in the chat? If so, please tell me if that pronunciation is like very far away from what it is. But this is the concept of the black light. Now, this concept of the black light, the YouTubers want to mix it. Our tuition, you speak Arabic. Lovely. Bloody hell, I'd love to get like your notion for like how to pronounce that word. Nur el-Assad. Is that slightly right? I'm guessing there's an almost silent part to the ah before the sat. Sat, root word, seed. It's connection. Sat, also root word, family as well. I think that's probably you'll find that in Urdu. I know Nepali and in Hindi you'll find that Hamara Sat Hoga, the seed of my tree, my family tree, my ancestral seed. So Nur el-Assad. And El we know is the ox and the goad, and goading the ox. And the ox we know is the primal spirit of the air, that alphabet Aleph, and the L represents the lamet, which is the stick that goads the ox of the heavens, which is Libra, acting as a fulcrum because of its position in the astrological wheel. So Al represents Libra's activities upon the sun as the bringer forth of prana, or the breath that is life, which is light. That's how the plants metabolize the sugar that comes forth. Okay, good. You better not be going to pee over there. I've got to watch that little guy. I've got a Pekingese guy here. He likes to pee places, sometimes mark territory. Oh, Tishan, I'm sorry to hear that. Anyway, it was a hopeful thought. We'll just hope for the best. I'm sure you guys can go find a better Arabic speaker that can pronounce those words better than I can. But so this idea And I just lost my train of thought for a moment. Yes, the fulcrum of the ox goad of the staff, which represents the balance, the polarity, the polarizing element, which is Libra, the scales. And so the fulcrum manages that leverage. And leverage is what is used in the principle of Libra scales. And so that leverage upon the prana or the light of the sun has got to do with the turnings of things. So there's an interesting concept. There's a connection between the light of the sun, which is the breath that we breathe, and the fact that things are turning. And this is the two parts, and how this brings forth the seed of life, but not just of life. I'm guessing the seed of all things, manifestation. And then the nur. Now that's an interesting nur. Let me see if I can find a receipt, because I'm not really Arabic word prefix meaning and etymology. Did I make a misprint? Oh, I did. Me wanning. Excuse me, people, while I change me wanning to the word meaning, so that I don't confuse that poor system that's managing us. So nur in Arabic just means light, illumination, or radiance. An-Nur is one of the 99 names of Allah, and referenced in the Quran, the Surah An-Nur. It also represents spiritual knowledge, enlightenment, clarity, truth, as in contrast with the Zulumat, darkness and ignorance. Metaphorical light, it can represent cold light. Oh, cold light of the night. And here we go. Here's a first receipt. Moonlight. They actually specify moonlight. And I find that quite interesting, because this is tying in with the ancient Egyptian mysteries. And it's sort of giving me an impression of, well, the sun, the Kala Surya. But why would the Kala Surya not be associated more directly with the Chandra in the Vedic school of thought? I don't understand this exactly, but I'm just going to put these ideas out there for people. Yo, Kobe Chelto, how you doing? Dear brother Kobe, you're on my Facebook, aren't you, Kobe? Om Namah Shivaya, big love, welcome. I hope you're well. I hope you're good, man. Your Facebook popped up on my feed the other day, and I saw a picture of you standing on top of a tractor. Then I saw some pictures of you wearing pretty cool hats, man. Nice, man. I was like, oh, yeah, that's Kobe. He's one of the dudes in the round table chat. Anyway, big love. So yeah. Looking at these ideas, you're right. So the etymology, I wanted to share this on the thing. I wanted to share it here on the thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, give me a moment while I get into the mode of sharing, because I was told as a child that sharing is caring. And right now, I'm daring to be sharing, because it's the way that I show that I'm caring. So, the meaning and significance, and we are looking at the Nur Arabic. Just because we're breaking down Nur el-Asad. And so, we see that the cold light of the night. Now, this is a very interesting idea. They say it has to do with the symbolic nature of mercy. Now, I find that rather interesting, because when I think of the cold light of mercy, used as a component, a prefix component, while Nur is frequently used as a standalone unisex given name. Yeah, I've met people with the name Nur, common in Arabic, Turkish, Persian. Nur al-Din, light of the religion. Nur Allah, Nurul Islam, light of Islam. Nurul Huda, the light of guidance. Nurgul. Oh my gosh. You hear that word? Nurgul. Nurgul. It makes me think of the Nurgul. And that's a like a very universal ancient. It's relating to shamanic, the Nurgul. Very interesting. It's like I don't know if I can call it a whale, living being that communicates with you using sound and frequencies in trance. It's like a psychopomp related concept. But so cold light of the night, very, very interesting. And so while I'm on that page, I may as well go suffix and Asad. Let's see what they say about Asad. So literal meaning is lion. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Because it makes me think about the Yaldabaoth with the lion body, the creator, the universe. So it's a name that's used, Asad, Arabic origin, roots, Asad being the general and most famous term, variations, Asad, son of, descendant of, there we go. So I was talking about it in relation to the word seed. Yeah, we see the receipts for what I was saying, right? Descendant of Assadian, and that's from Persian. And Persia, as we know, is an older version of the language than Arabic. So a lot of this is tallying up. So the descendants, the ancestors, the seed. So there we go. Now we're getting receipts for what I was saying. So we can try L, but I think we're going to get a very generic, like L is God. L is God. That's all L is going to be. It's going to be Allah. But we'll give it a go. Why not? It's not going to hurt us. Just take a look. Yeah. God, deity. Nice. Thank you. That's all it is. Nothing else to see here, folks. It's just God, just deity. The word fundamentally relates to strength, power, or might. That's closer to what I was describing, is the fulcrum potential of Libra to manipulate the power of the sun, the solar radiance, to turn everything. And that turning is the source of the movement and the potential of power. Absolutely, that's closer to where I was getting to, rather than the generic idea of God. But so then we're breaking down the word of the Nur El Asad to some degree. I'll try and summarize it as best as I can. Nur El Asad, Asad being the seed, the ancestral lineage, that which brings, which was to which shall be, connecting the past to the future. El is the potency and the power of the turnings of things. And that turnings of things is where the divine will is manifested through. The divine will being the manifestation of change and the potential to create and facilitate change. The Nur represents light, effectively, but I think we specifically, let's go back, Nur, we specifically related it to the light relating to the information, wisdom. So that information, that idea, that knowledge, that concept that drives the power of manifestation to create this. Nur El Asad is a term. Big love, dear Systematic. Toby-Wan Kenobi, as I like to call you. You don't mind me calling you Toby-Wan Kenobi, by the way. I've just gotten to doing it. I can't help doing it, dude. I'm sorry. I've always had this habit of nicknaming people. But bloody hell, what a cool nickname. I wish I had a nickname like that. Let me know if it's a cool nickname. If it's not cool, I won't call you that. I'll just be like, I won't call you that anymore. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you that. But I think it's the coolest name. Toby-Wan Kenobi or Shinobi-Wan Kenobi. It's just so cool, man. So yeah, the idea of this black light, which is a idea in the Sufi tradition, um, um, and the Sufi tradition is really speaking about that this black light is behind everything. And so when we talk about Ain Soph, this is now we're going into the Kabbalah, the Ain Soph, so Aleph, right? The cosmic bull again. E is the seed. You see, we're back to the seed. N is the syllable of change. It's the syllable of transmutation. So N changes things. So we're looking at the idea of a fish. And the fish is the symbol of transformation, because life started in the sea, became a fish, came out of the sea, and became all these myriads of things that we see out here. So N has got to do with life and the transformative powers of life. So Ain is the great spirit that holds the intelligence, which is E, right? And brings that intelligence, that's Virgo, and the seed into transformation. Ain and Soph, and this is the container. Not so much of a container, it's the thing that the universe is propped upon, this. And the Or is what connects the container to the Pa, or the F, which is the mouth that speaks the vibrational field of matter into being. So the Ain Soph then becomes these two words, and then the Or is that great spirit, which is the nail, O, connecting it to the R, and the R is the rational expression of light, the sun. Once again, that's the sun. So Resh is the sun. It's the tarot card related to it is literally the tarot card, the sun. Just so you know, to get the hieroglyphics and the tarot cards linked is quite powerful. In fact, we could do all of those. We could break that name, Ain Soph Or, into its tarot cards, right? So it's the Fool, it's the priest, not the priest, the priest, man. You know who the priest is? Number 5. I'm number 5. I'm the priest. He's got a fancy name, Hierophant. So it's the Fool, the Hierophant, and Death as the first word. Then the second word is Temperance, the Hierophant, and the Tower, right? And then the third one, which is Or, which is the Fool, the Hierophant. There's a lot of Hierophant going on here. Taurus, the toric field, right? This is an expression of the toric field, manifestation. The Fool, the Hierophant, and the Sun. So if we break the Ain Soph Or down, we've got the great spirit that holds the information of the heritage of past and future, that is transformative, that the prop that holds reality up, which is connected to the mouth, or that Mars, number 9, the field of vibration that expresses the completion of number 9 into the universe through sound, as light of the sun are connecting through a nail to, or connected to, the rational expression. In other words, the rational expression represents the differentiation that we experience, that we can rationalize, which is the light of the sun. So if there you've got like a breakdown of Ain Soph Or, and now you see Nur El Asad is similar. We've got the Nur, which represents this light, but it's the light of information, which is the Yot, which is right, which is unmanifest in its implication. The Al, which is that potency of power that is moving the wheel round. And Asad, which is carrying the seed from the past into the future to maintain the structure of life, growth. So you can see how Ain Soph Or and Nur al-Asad have a very powerful symbolic link between the meanings of these ideas and the words as they are being expressed. So we're talking about the black light when we're talking about Ain Soph Or. This is something which is actually established within Hermetics as well, and within different mystery traditions. I'm not just making it up, but I'm trying to find a way of considering it that makes sense and put it into context with the Sufi idea of the black light, which is the fundamental black light which is behind all things. Now here's where it gets interesting. We've got manifest and we've got unmanifest, but we have that which is yet behind manifest and behind unmanifest. So I'll give you an idea of what I mean. The astral plane, we're not experiencing it objectively, but it is manifesting, but it's something which is occult in nature. So the black sun would then represent these occult forces, right? These occult forces, this other side of matter that we are not experiencing, but it's very much a part of matter, just hidden from us. However, the black light is beyond that. Just to give us an insight from the Sufi tradition, it is something far more primordial than the principles of unmanifest, where the unmanifest, if you look at, for example, the Vedic system of the chakra, the Vedic systems of the chakra represents that you've got the Muladhara, the Svadhisthana. Let me give you guys a picture. Sorry, I'm just bambling on here, and I should have put a picture on the stage because it makes life so much better. Let's go for second principle of hermetics. Yes. Correspondences. Let's find that. There we go. So I've made this little chart for the second principle of, sorry, wrong one, for the second principle of hermetics, and just for people to be able to enjoy it. So here we see on the right hand side, let me remove that chat for a second so you guys can see it. There we go. So you can see on the right hand side there, we got the Muladhara chakra, the base roots. We've got the Svadhisthana chakra, the sacral plexus chakra. We've got the Manipura chakra, the solar chakra. We've got the Anahata chakra, the heart chakra. These represent Muladhara, the earth element, Svadhisthana, the water element, Manipura, the fire element, and Anahata, the air element. And so these four elements are brought together, but these four elements are an expression of Visuddhi. Now, Visuddhi is the element of space, sound, vibration. So that is the beginnings of the unmanifest. Notice that the unmanifest is existing here in our chakras, right? It's something we're experiencing. It's part of our right here. We're just not aware of it. But that would relate to the black sun from the ideas of alchemy, from like the concept of Kala Surya in the Vedic cosmology, or the ideas of Sol-Niger, yeah, from the alchemists. So, but then you have the Ajna chakra, and then you have the Sahasrara chakra. You can't see the word, it's at the top. It's called Sahasrara. That's the crown center. But beyond the crown center, you have yet outside. Now, all these new ages will talk about the 8th chakra, the 9th chakra, the 10th chakra, the 13th chakra, the 14th chakra. Sorry, not buying it. Beyond that, there's a whole field of something that transcends anything that we can know here. We shouldn't be trying to talk about that because we can't know it here. We don't have the capacity to know that here. That is only to be known when we are no longer alive, right? So, you know, I just don't buy into all of those ideas of all of those other chakras, because these are the chakras in physical reality. Now, what the Sufis say is that beyond that point, there is the black light, which they say it because it's unknowable. The reason it's a black light is because it's an unknowable light. It's an unseen. You cannot see the light. The light is hidden from you. Why is the light unknowable and unseen and hidden? Because you can't experience it while you're in the flesh. Not that. You can experience many multidimensional potentials. You can experience, like Cosmic would say, a whole range of Zarfexes and a whole range of cosmic expansions of matter and scale of dimension. But there comes a point which there is something beyond all of what you can experience while you are tethered to the physical. And that's like the idea that the Sufis speak about when they speak about the black light. And to even get close to recognizing that black light is like one of the highest states of consciousness that only the highest, most divine prophets will touch, and they will not understand it. So that was a long breakdown. But what do you guys think about all of these? I mean, these are all just ideas at the end of the day.
Well,
Yeah,
I
this
kind of.
relevant. Go ahead, Cosmic.
No, you go ahead.
All right. I wanted to mention that we were talking about how there were more people talking about the central sun, and that it might be also the black sun. And actually, there's Alice Bailey, who was another theosophist that does mention the central sun and refers to it as the spiritual sun. And they kind of go on to explain that it can be the reservoir of the life electricity. And so traditionally in science, I guess they have found that the plants are able to gain the powers of the sun as homotrophs, which are able to take the direct sunlight, and stage 1 ecological plants are said to be able to turn inorganic minerals into organic nutrients. And so it's thought that the plants are the ones that are able to gain the electricity from the sun and the sustenance from the rocks to be able to create life and create its foundations in Mother Earth. But this understanding of theosophy understands mystically that the spiritual sun, which is unseen, potentially in the inner earth, is the reservoir of life electricity, which kind of really ties in with the idea of the black sun and the I think it was the Thule movement, or Thule, I don't know how it's pronounced, the Thule movement with the Nazi regime that talked about I think the Loosh, or the life essence that they would gain from maybe from the black sun, maybe from the practices.
What was it called? It was the Thule Society.
Thule, yeah. The Thule Society. And yeah, they have those roof racks called Thule.
Or Vril Society.
Vril, that's what I'm looking for. The Vril
That was
Society.
the other name.
We tried to get the Loosh, and that was a Black Sun Society. It was associated with the Black Sun cult of the Nazi regime, if I'm not mistaken. But also, there were Kabbalists that mentioned from the Zohar material that there's a central invisible sun from which the 3 invisible lights of the Ain Soph come, which Franklin was mentioning. But that's also associated with Para-Brahman, apparently. I guess that's like the life source, or the light that comes from Brahma, who is thought to be the Godhead in the Brahmin tradition, from which all of the avatars come in his dream within the womb of Kali, his mother, which is a beautiful philosophy. And to me, it kind of like encapsulates so much symbolically that we're all having a dream as an infant in the womb. And this is how like we wake up to condition ourselves to be born into the world, from going through all these experiences in the imagination, from possibly like the ancestral mind. But it's just a beautiful idea. But I also wanted to mention that the theosophists that were talking about the root races that Madame Blavatsky speaks of, actually that understanding was actually rooted in a French occultist that was the first to mention the occult races. And his name was Antoine Fabre de Olivet. And I could be massacring the French pronunciation of this. It's probably Faber I don't really know how the words are supposed to be pronounced exactly, but Antoine was the first to mention these occult races, ancestral races of mankind that were associated as being in the inner earth or hollow earth or underworld, chthonic realm, netherworld. There's many different words, names for it. Um, and some people have found that there's like a more of an esoteric meaning of the Hermetics claim, where they say as above, so below. And most people associate as above in the heavens, so below here on earth, which symbolically to us like has a lot of resonance, because we've been taught that the higher understanding comes from above, and that the heavens is the place where the higher understanding is kind of centered and rooted in, which is also associated with Kabbalism, where they say like the roots are in the heavens, and like we're in the branches that come down from the heavens. So the tree kind of grows upside down. But then finally, I wanted to mention Dane Rudyard, that talked about the great central sun as an author being in the galactic center, which kind of associates the great central sun with the black hole, which is a different route that this author took it in. So I thought that was just interesting and worth mentioning. But I always like to gather all the different perspectives on these subjects. So it's good to be able to explore more possibilities and keep an open table with, like, most probably we're talking about the black sun associated with Saturn or Saturnian principles. As Franklin mentioned, as a figurative thing or a veiled celestial body, it would kind of be referential to something that refers to cycles of death and rebirth, or the breaking down of things. And I think that has a lot to do with like contracts of Saturn, where and the death of childhood, and the eating of the children has been interpreted as from Kronos as like how the childhood ends when adulthood begins, and like at a certain age people are said to be an adult and have to go out and work and earn a living and participate in society occupationally. This is associated with Saturn, the social contract, and different countries have different ages at which this happens. Like most people in westernized society are familiar with this happening like around age 18 when one becomes an adult. Although some aspects are pushed to age 21, where they're allowed to have the full capacity of adult rights and possibilities, like drinking ages and such. So there's also places like Africa where that starts at like age 7. As early as age 7, you can go out, start to support a family, have a job, go to and from work in a vehicle or like a dirt bike or something. And at that age, a lot of them start to join military and become soldiers at age 7 as well. But that's actually the sacred age in Jamaica, when people are first introduced to cannabis at that age in childhood, which is interesting. And so there's just a kind of a relative thing, but basically when that transition happens, that is the death and rebirth. Your childhood dies, your imagination dies, and then what is now born is your social mind, the ability to understand like how to play your role in society, and start to develop a way to create different personas that'll enable you to mesh within conformity of those circles. But when we play these personas, it takes away from our understanding of suppressed shadow inner child. And then we start to develop more of an egoistic type of thinking, which comes away from the soulful imagination that was suppressed during this stage. But it said that like around the midlife crisis is when people start to want to call back that missing inner child imagination, soul, mind. And at that point, people will either drop everything they've done as their whole life progression and start to do what their soul needs to do to express a creative gift to the world instead, like as maybe even a starving artist. But like at this point, people get a chance to reawaken that lost inner self if they push it back that far. But some people that use entheogenic compounds are able to keep that side of themselves more alive. And if you go back in between phases of like using entheogenic compounds, maybe in ceremony, maybe for recreation, and then going into sobriety for long periods of time, and then going back, you can kind of notice a transition away from like being stuck in the social mind to like back to your creative imagination, intuitive, soulful mind, where there's like a much deeper resonance with things beyond the material. But it gets so easy to get lost in the material drudgery of like the banal society, and sometimes we just get lost in like the practical needs for our existence and forget our imaginations and creative ideas and quests and questions that we have about things. For some people, that's been pushed away all the way to the back burners, and they don't really bring that out much, but they can sometimes. But others are totally closed off. And some people are totally eccentric and like not really versed in doing practical things and just want to do like wild, intuitive, spontaneous things. And so it's interesting that we have that dynamic, but it seems like there's like a huge like majority of people in those spheres that are in the conformity circles, and a less few are in the eccentricity, periphery, fringe type of circles. Unless there's like a lot more of them we just don't see because they're not coming like into society that much, at least in functional ways sometimes. But the times we do see eccentric people like come into society, and oftentimes they'll be ostracized because they don't have defenses about them sometimes to be able to use like facetious sarcastic humor to like defend themselves against quips and like various things that like other people that are more deeper enmeshed in public society as extroverts would be more familiar with these kind of things. But like I think a lot of introverts can be if they're extremely introverted, like a hermit, it can be very difficult for them to kind of coexist with people because they're very hypersensitive to the way things are going and inexperienced how to interpret things. Oftentimes they do have like kind of like the Fool card expresses in tarot, kind of like a spontaneous, kind of unlimited perception because they haven't been brought through the various like caged words that people have to use. They kind of don't know the words for things yet, but they're having new experiences that they can see things without having glasses on that would put over their veil to be interpreting. They have the like fresh eyes to see. So they can kind of bring insight to things, kind of like a child can say the darndest things. Like they're not learned in understanding things, but sometimes they'll just make like a really profound insight just by noticing something and referring to it. And people are like, wow, these kids are incredible. They're so smart. But we lose that kind of way to be like kind of open-minded to like, particularly in like, especially a scientific circle, as Cosmic mentioned earlier, people will be like very stuck in their ways of seeing things and consider it to be scientific and fail to mention that like, yes, this is what I am asserting because probabilistically it seems more of a realistic situation or probable, and but it's not necessarily certain, but it seems to be like closer to certainty than other things that don't really have as many good arguments. That could be more of a scientific perspective, but I think a lot of people use various things, whether it's religion or science, to be very limited to their way and claim that they actually know. Whereas they could actually be very focused on their way, but also understand and be willing to admit that they don't really fully know, but they trust, or that they don't need to know sometimes, which can be frustrating for people. They just prefer to live with that understanding because it's a graceful way to live, and that there's a lot of truth to that sometimes.
Yeah, brother. Cosmic, you wanted to say something, brother.
Yeah. I wanted to. I have a picture in the queue. I wanted to kind of give a Zarfex take on the Black Light thing that you guys are talking about, because I have my own kind of ideas or theories. So basically, to kind of give people sort of an overview of the concept of a Zarfex. So basically, we exist in this particular Zarfex right here. And the idea is these symbols have a certain meaning. So this thing that looks like an eye here, that basically represents like solidity. This sort of weird like spiral kind of like D represents fluidity. And then you have this symbol, which represents a sort of a gaseous state of consciousness. And then you have this, which is your plasma state of consciousness. So basically the idea is with our solid Zarfex, we are surrounded by a hyperdimensional, like 8th dimensional black membrane, which sort of creates the kind of the optical illusion of infinite 3-dimensional space. So the way I see this black light is actually the light being emanated from the adjacent Zarfexes that surround us, basically kind of penetrating into our Zarfex. So if you think of it like if I have a stained glass window, let's say I have a stained glass window with red glass, the light that is going to shoot through that window is going to look red. So in the same way that there's a kind of a black, sort of glass shield around our dimensional realm, so that when the light passes through it, it takes on a black quality. Now, this is kind of an interesting aspect when it comes to the black light. So the idea with Zarfexes and Zerfax is that they have 4 membranes. And the idea is that the third membrane is where you can sort of perceive the light physically. So like if I look at the sky right now and I see a blue sky, or like it's nighttime and I see kind of like a purplish dark sky, that's the third membrane, right? Where you can physically see. Whereas the fourth membrane basically represents the kind of the invisible color. So for example, like maybe it's like you're feeling really like angry or something like that. So even though the sky outside is blue, you feel very red inside. So in a lot of ways, it's like there's a blue sky, but outside of that is this kind of this red ambience of your anger. And that's kind of how you're supposed to sort of perceive this outer black membrane. Like there's the blue sky that exists around us, which is the third membrane, but then there's the black membrane outside of it, so to me, this black light is the light of the outer Zarfexes shooting through this Zarfex membrane. That's essentially kind of the idea that I come from. But the difference here is that it's not necessarily a single source. As you can see there, that our Zarfex is surrounded by multiple other types of Zarfexes, other types of solid Zarfexes. And then, of course, there's the fluid Zarfexes that sort of sit on top of it. And the other idea is that Zarfexes are sort of like a reflection of each other. So this Zarfex over here, which we call the primordial solid Zarfex. So so the idea is that there's like, with what these two symbols represent, is that the left symbol sort of represents sort of the physical base mode of that world, whereas the symbol on the right represents its indeterminate zone or an astral plane. So if we look at our world, we have a solid physical reality, but we have a fluidic astral indeterminate zone type plane. So if you went over here, you would have more of a gaseous plane. And I guess the idea that I come up with the black light is that, instead of thinking of space as like an infinite expanse, I try to think of it like a sphere, like we're inside, like the concept of a Dyson sphere, where they take a sun and they put like a big ship around it. I'm getting audio bleed from somebody else's. Okay, it's good now, but I lost but that's basically sort of my take on what the black light is. It's that it's a light that's coming from an extra dimensional space being filtered through a dimensional membrane.
That's definitely an interesting perspective. Yes, there's 2 of me on the stage. I think there's 2 of me on the stage. Is there 2 of me on the stage? There we go. There's 2 of me on the stage. Welcome, everybody. There's 2 of me. That's the other me that's going to go to go get the cocoa from the kitchen, because like that cocoa was so damn good. The only thing better than that cocoa is going to be the next cocoa. You gotta love your cocoa. It's vegan, people, so don't worry. It's not that naughty. There's no sugar in it. There's no sugar or milk in it. It's just cocoa, hot water, and a bit of. I take my. I got this cool contraption that I can really. So I buy cashew nuts, right? You guys should do this for milk. Do you know how cheap it is? And how? So you buy a kilogram of broken cashew nuts because they're cheaper to buy the broken bits, right? They're way cheaper than the whole cashew nuts. And like for making milk, you don't need whole cashew nuts, right? Broken bits work just as well as long as they're fresh. And so I buy them like really cheap. Like, what do I pay? I think I pay about $8 or $9 for a kilogram of broken cashew, right? Maybe $7, $8. No, it's about $9 for a kilogram of cashew nuts that aren't whole, but they're broken pieces. And that's the best price I find. I could pay as much as a tenner, but then I take like 90 grams of that and I blend that up, even less than 90 grams, maybe 85 grams, right? And so for 85 grams, I can make almost 12 liters of cashew nut milk out of that 1 kilogram, right? So it's costing me like 70 cents a liter for almond milk. People should get on it, dude. And it's pure almond. There's nothing in it. There's no preservatives, and it's freshly made. You just need a good blender. I've got one that I got, a generic one. I didn't pay too much for it, and that makes it really fine. And then you don't even have to filter it. You don't need to filter because it's cashew. You just soak it for like 1 or 2 hours or a few hours, and you just wash the cashew nuts really well before you do that. And you wash them again, and then you just blend them up, and so you end up with pure cashew nut milk, and it's really good. It's creamy. It makes damn good cocoa. So yeah, but just getting back to what you were saying, Cosmic, that's a really interesting take. The idea of this background light. But here's my question to you, right? Could that background light that's filtering through all of these boundaries between the Zarfexes, could that background light, which isn't actually light, it's not light, right? Because it's not manifest. Could that be the substance that is the source of all of the Zarfexes? Cosmic, what do you think? Could it be?
Well, it would be one of the substances of the Zarfex. You got to remember that Zarfexology is all about that dual awareness, being light, matter kind of dynamic. So it's always that kind of, it has that paired masculine, feminine, hypersexual quality that this Fey magic thing has, though. But I think the idea, though, is that every Zarfex has a nucleus, right? So that's kind of the point. The idea of a Zarfex is that it basically kind of contains all of the perceptual universes that, people believe in. So materialism, Hinduism, Christianity, everything basically potentially exists, within a single Zarfex, right? And the idea is the other Zarfexes are different reflected potentials that go out. But what's interesting is that there's also the Zorfex, which is the structure that all the Zarfex are connected to, also has a nucleus. So there's a connector. There is a connecting force between all these Zarfexes, but then that Zorfex is part of an even higher structure. So, what this philosophy really does is it kind of creates you. It never really lets you get the sense where like you have everything figured out, because you'll be like, oh, I figured out this thing. I figured out this particular, thing. But then you realize there's this new thing that's like, 20,000 times more massive than the thing you mapped out previously, and you feel like you're back to square one again. So there's that kind of humbling sort of aspect to it. But I think in a lot of ways that what this light essentially represents is a form of communication, because the thing about these Zarfexes is that there's a symbiotic relationship between different Zarfexes. So what happens in one Zarfex has an effect on the Zarfexes that surround it. So if something bad happens in one Zarfex, that reflects in the other Zarfex, so that there's an actual, interest in a sort of incentive to kind of maintain these Zarfexes, especially the solid ones that we live in down here, which are the most chaotic. And keeping them under control and keeping them in sort of like in line so that the other upper Zarfexes sort of have a harmony within that. So because the idea is you got to think about like the Zorfex like a building, and the solid Zarfexes are like the basement or foundational structure that prevents the building from falling over and collapsing, right? So the idea is that the solidity of our world is then reflected into the sort of the fluid upper world, and vice versa. The fluid consciousness is reflected downward. So it goes back and forth in both directions. And one of the things I've been interested in is like, I've been thinking more about like particles and like sort of like in my system. So the idea is that there's the in our world that Zerfax is represented by U, which is essentially kind of like 4 concentric circles like in a certain spot. Well, I guess in the fluid Zarfax, there's like what's called Zithu. So you have one Zerfax Zith, which represents like dreams and sort of like non-physical reflections of reality, and U, which is the particle. So when you combine those two together, you get dream particles. So the idea is that in our physical reality, the Zarfax interior, there are physical atoms, but then the dream world is made by these kind of multi-dimensional sort of intransigent, dream particles, which are essentially the reflection of mass and matter, sort of like mirror reflected into the indeterminate zone or the astral plane. And so there's also that dynamic of how, light interacts with this world. But the way I see light is sort of more fundamentally just sentience and consciousness. So when we think about light, we should think about it as attention. Like, so for example, like if you're staring at a particular object in your room, like I have a plant, a plastic plant that's next to me. The very act of me staring at that object, like by giving it attention, I'm kind of emitting a invisible light that I can't necessarily see with my physical eyes, but my attention and my perception sort of illuminates the object within my field of vision. And perhaps this extra dimensional light, this black light you're talking about, could also be thought of as sort of the eyes and the ears and nose of other beings. Like that black light is the stare of the gods peering into our realm. I also think that could be a possible explanation.
Maybe my question wasn't so good. Can you hear me okay? I hope you can. I'm in my kitchen.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. What I was meaning was the source of all of the Zerfaxes and the source of all of the Zorfaxes.
Okay, now I see what you're getting at. There is like
all of that is unknowable.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. So the idea in Zarfexology is it's kind of against that concept of trying to figure out everything coming from a singular source. It tries to, that's why the whole everything is two is such a fascinating aspect, is that there's this idea that if you try to singularize everything to a singular source, it sort of obscures certain aspects. It's like it's like a gravitational well. When you believe in oneness, it's almost like a gravitational well. It's pulling you into it, and you can't necessarily escape outside of it. But having that sense of multiplicity sort of allows you to kind of always be able to sort of step outside of that gravity well and see it beyond it. So the idea is there really is no single source idea. The idea is that everything is created as a sort of a union of masculine and feminine. It's always, everything is created as the union of two, which is very difficult to sort of conceive with our human minds, because we are sort of used to understanding things in a kind of a linear, singular source, quantitative kind of way. And I say that because I have a difficult time perceiving it. But that would be my answer to your question, is that I don't think that if there is a singular source for all of these things, the idea is that it exists at such a vast dimensional level that it's either incomprehensible or we would never be able to find it within our lifetime or possibly within multiple lifetimes. So it's almost like it's so impossible and so vast that you just like, you know, it's not even really worth even considering, because it may exist or it may not. But that to me is not really the point, if that makes any sense. So that's, I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's kind of where I'm coming from and where the Fae, what the Fae tell me about this.
I was thinking more when I'm speaking of source. I'm not speaking about the. Sorry, brother. I didn't know. Please continue.
No, I wasn't saying anything. You go on.
I was thinking more about what's everything made out of.
Oh, you mean
Does
like
that
what
make
are the
sense?
fundamental building blocks?
Well,
of
when
the
I
universe?
when I say source, I mean
Gotcha.
no blocks, the fundamental substance.
Fundamental. See, there we go with that the term fundamental again. I don't think there is a fundamental substance. I think that just
What about
that
the idea of prima materia?
that too, because you also have to understand that this is basically looks at time and the universe from a non-linear perspective. So there's no kind of like starting point. So I guess let me try to like kind of visualize this in like, because I think it helps to understand this concept visually, because when I explain it like just regular words doesn't make. So if we think of our standard concept of linear time as like a straight line, so you have like the past at the one end of the vector, present in the middle, and the future. And that's kind of the normal standard basic kind of like time model. Then you kind of evolve to the more the not the cyclical time model. So now you more see like a flat circle, and you go around the circle to understand time. But even within that circle of time, there's the implication that the circle has a center to it, and that is the center of time. Even though it doesn't have a singular beginning point on the time, it's like the time revolves around a sort of a singular nonlinear time vector. But the idea in Zarfexology is when you have multiple spheres and multiple circles that exist outside of it, there really is no discernible, like, where does time begin? If it's like, it's not a matter of when does time begin, it actually becomes more of a matter of where time begins. It's a matter of actual location in sort of space and time, rather than pointing to some specific point within a singular line vector. Because when you look at it from the point of view of multiple dimensions like that, where it doesn't really have an end or a beginning, then you don't really need the idea of like a fundamental substance or a primary materia. The idea is that these are two substances coming at each other from opposite ends of space and time. And that the synthesis of these two fundamental materials, which the Fae kind of refer to as Vith and O, that is the creation of life, and that the creation of life can't come from a singular source. It has to come from two sources. And I realize that if you conceive of time as having a beginning and an end, this concept is very difficult to conceptualize. But once you kind of step outside of linear time and the idea of existence having a discernible beginning or an end, not just from a space of when, but where, then it becomes easier to kind of think of things as being sort of like two sources or not having one sources. I think it's just kind of an aspect of, we exist in a singular body and a singular brain. And I think that sort of filters our perception, because we're so used to having our existence in a singular Zerfax, a singular universe of experience. But if you kind of learn to see yourself as existing in multiple Zerfaxes at once, simultaneously, and it's a different kind of thing. So this is a very different philosophical approach to understanding existence in the universe, for precisely the reasons that I just laid out.
So would you say that the Zarfexes could be potentially known to all be made of a different substance, or that the relation between them is never known? Which would you say it more likely to be, that they could be all the same or completely different, or they are definitely different, all different?
Well, I think of it like this. Think of it like a game of telephone where you have a line, and then as that line gets further, it gets distorted and it changes. Then when you get further out, it's like a completely different line. You got to think of Zarfex as reflecting like that. So you have one Zarfex will reflect into a different dimensional space, and then that Zarfex will have slightly different properties from the first one. And then when you go further out, it's another reflection, and now it's even more different from the first Zarf. So the idea is with Zarfex is that the farther Zarfexes you go from your starting Zarfex, the more foreign and alien it becomes from your reality. So if something is one Zarfex away, it's slightly different. So there's some difference in terms of like laws of physics, but there's certain qualities and aspects that are shared the same. But as you go further out, that reflection gets diluted, and the Zarfexes then start to take on different properties and qualities. And you can think of them like planets, like how like different planets have different, compositions. Like the moon has like a bunch of helium and hydrogen, and some planets have a lot of phosphorus. Some of them have a lot of calcium and potassium and whatever. And you got to think of Zarfexes like that. They have different, qualities and different, different attributes, and it also has to do with the Zarfexes that reflect around it. So depending upon what Zarfexes are reflecting into it determines the structure of that space. So I guess to answer your question, it's more like you're taking something like that is the same, but reflecting it through different vectors. So there's difference. Like if you take something like in a one of those department store mirrors where you kind of surround yourself in like multiple mirrors, you can kind of see like an infinite kind of like labyrinth space existing out you. And as your reflections go out through the distance, there's slightly different alterations in size and color and shading. And the idea is you got to think about Zarfexes like that. Like the idea is the law of reflection. What happens in one Zarfex is reflected in the adjacent Zarfex, and likely what exists in one Zarfex is reflected in the adjacent Zarfex. So you got to think of it like kind of like a reflective ripple effect.
Here's a question, right? So, just and we're not thinking in terms. I'm not thinking in terms of linear. Just to be clear, when I think of light, I think of a polarity. To me, light represents polarity. I think of light as the perfect expression of polarity, because light is an oscillation. And that oscillation is between two poles. One is an inversion and one is an extroversion. An oscillating toric field pulling in and pushing out. And so we draw light as a two-dimensional wave when actually it's a three-dimensional oscillating toric field, like a beating heart. That's what light is. It's like a beating heart. And so it's in, out. So it's feminine, masculine. It's every light is the perfect expression of this duality in the way I think of light. So when I think of light, I don't think of one thing. I think of two things. That light is the product of a masculine, feminine expression. Then when I consider the Zarfexes, and check me if I'm wrong, but they're made out of building blocks. And the one proverbial box is made out of lots of smaller boxes. And each one of those little boxes is within it a complete box. And if you go inside those little boxes, they made out of little boxes, and those could be complete boxes. And it's like a fractal expression of box, but with parallel dimensionality, lateral dimensionality, all brought into the field of boxness, to use a ridiculous term, of this expression of substance on various different planes of existence, of various different grades of change as relation to time, it being a fractal expression. So within this fractal expression, the very nature of time and light would have a different expression. But here's where like the fundamental question that I'm trying to ask, and I'm finding it difficult to put into words, is if the Zarfaxes are all made out of little blocks that are 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 made out of little blocks that make bigger blocks that make bigger blocks, and those bigger blocks make bigger blocks, and I imagine there could be a nearly infinite scale of blocks going outwards and inwards to smallness and bigness. All of those blocks being made out of blocks will be made out of smallest blocks, smaller blocks, smaller blocks, smaller blocks. And maybe you might get to the point where the very smallest block that it's made out of happens to be the biggest block. That's just my scale of how a fractal works. That's like a toric field. What's coming into the toric field is coming out of the toric field. It's coming from a minuscule point of 0, 1 part to an extreme exponential expression of maximum multiplicity, as you can consider as close to infinity, and then reaching back into that point of 1 point, so sort of like the monad becoming exponential multiplicity and then becoming monad like a beating heart. What would be the fundamental substance that we're talking about, of which all of these, and I know that it's not going to be the same. Like I walk outside in matter and the ground's made out of 1 grade of substance. The air's made out of 1 grade of substance. My flesh is made out of, but I see all grade of substance as being substance. And they're all made out of, you could say, atoms, hypothetically, right? And you could say that all the atoms are made out of quarks, potentially. And you could say that all the quarks are essentially gluons, right? And you could say all the gluons are whatever else is smaller than those quarks. But there is a sort of a universal grade of materials that's being built in an almost infinite amount of ways. Would that be an accurate way of looking at it? I don't know if you heard me, Cosmic. Maybe my mic's off. Are you with us?
No, your mic's
Okay,
on.
maybe-
He might have to go to the restroom or have a drink or something. But
Maybe he had to go to the little boy's room or to the sandwich room. Probably the sandwich room. But anyway, so that's what I'm thinking about. I don't know what you're thinking, Indy. You know, like
I have a lot of questions. You know what I mean? Because but he answered a lot of things when he said that like the lights can shine through from adjacent Zarfexes. But like I was wondering if like some places might not even have light. You know, like I don't know, like what's going on.
Yeah.
But maybe they have such different substances that they're not resonating with each other. But if lights can shine through, then they're probably, like you said, there's some kind of common building block from which they're all built. I just don't know if he understands what it is yet, or if there's a name, or if it's not something that's like part of their system of understanding where you're supposed to understand that thing. Like he kind of seems to be asserting. But to me, like I think you're onto something there, because the fact that the light can resonate in another place and shine and show up there, and they see with the same eyes or whatever the situation is definitely a common theme and resonance amongst everything that binds it together. Because I've noticed that, like you said, it's like a fractal experience of the boxes. So like, since the different boxes can all be arranged together at different times in the sequences, then they're all resonating with each other in some way at some point. There's none that are excluded that are like an island place where they don't come together with the rest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's succinctly put. Thanks for that. That's well put, succinctly put, as words. And it's just interesting, you know, this idea. You see, so now here's where it gets interesting. What we're actually talking about is the black sun radiance. We're not actually even talking as a concept of what the black sun. So the black sun radiance represents all of these different grades of matter that are non-manifest. So these lights that he speaks of shining through the different places would be what they speak of as the black sun in terms of occult traditions. And So that's quite interesting, you know. And when we speak of Ain Soph Or, here's where it gets interesting, right? Ain Soph Or is that masculine and feminine presence that he's talking about, right? That very substance of mother, father, and child. That very substance that you can not really separate between, right? Where's the mother? Where's the child? Where's the father? And it goes beyond all of this. Like, it's being conceptualized as a you know, as many things. But we're not even talking about the triple goddess. We're talking about, and I'm using bad symbols when I'm speaking about mother, father, and child. What I should be speaking about is the principle of mother and the principle of father before it's manifest, and that potential between it that will one day become an expression of the mother and an expression of the father and an expression of the child, but has not yet become an expression of the father or the mother, but holds the potential of those two. And when he says that all things are made out of a polarity, what is that polarity made out of? Does that make sense, Indy?
Yeah, totally. So the polarity, like, to me, I would imagine it to be like there's these pairings that happen of unions with like two things. And if you look at like the pictures of those artifacts, it's like two different things in each square. So like I'm thinking that like it's written in there, like those are the two things, but sometimes the two things can be the same thing. So there's like maybe male and female versions of the same one. And then there's like other ones that are like mixed together and they're not the same at different times. So to me, that's like the ones that are like two the same ones are like the most extreme of like that type of thing, whatever it is, like the Zith, which was like the cool like four-sided star one. So there's like two Ziths. That's like the ultimate Zith experience. Whereas like there's one that has like half Zith and like it's mixed with the Yule and it's like a white square. So the Zith is like all different colors, rainbow, but the one that's with the white square, it's just white. So it cancels out all its light. So that's like interesting to me how they pair. Seems like one's like dominating the other as far as like the background image or colors associated with the different ones. And I forget what those little symbols within the Zarfexes are. Maybe Zorfex or Zerfex. I'm not sure.
I took a lunch break. Do you guys have a question? Because I can probably answer it. I know you're talking about my thing. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Before we jump on that, I just want to Our Tuition made a really interesting comment. I'm like sort of chunking on what he says here. I don't know if you see it. It's on the screen. And I'll read it as well. And I'll try and decode it as best as I can. It may be a wild idea to propose, but perhaps we in our realm have a more nuanced understanding than the Fey world of these fundamental components. And that's an interesting concept, sort of like the concept of a bird that has far greater vision than a human being capacity. Like the Fey can see things further than we can. They can have a greater perspective of what's there. But the humans, though we don't have the vision of the birds, might have a more nuanced understanding of what the birds are actually seeing. Would that be a good way of putting what you mean?
No,
that's
absolutely true, because I agree with Our Tuition's point here, because in a lot of ways that the Fae that I talk to, they are very skilled and perceptive within the Zarfex that they come from. But when they come here, it's like all their skills and talents are basically kind of useless, because this is like a completely different world with completely different rules and all that stuff. And it's like, that's one of the reasons a lot of them are kind of like, reluctant to kind of incarnate into this world, because it's like to incarnate into this physical world, you're basically giving away most of your magical fairy powers. Apparently not all of them, but a pretty big chunk of them. And if you think about it, if you're going into some weird world you never heard of with like no understanding, and you're going to lose all your powers, that's kind of a scary thing. But I guess the point is that, I mean, that's the whole reason they come here too, is to learn and understand, because our world is just as much a mystery to them is our world is a mystery to theirs. So they come here and explore and observe it like scientists. They're just trying to, that's, why they talk to me and inquire me, because, I'm curious about their world, but they're also curious about my world. They're like, cosmic, tell us about like why humans do this. Why do they believe that? And it's like, they're kind of excited because this is like a new world that they've discovered. So I think in a lot of ways that each different Zarfexes have different pieces of the understanding of the larger universe. So I think that, if we're thinking about it, maybe it's more like a collaboration between the human world and the Fae world, and we can both learn from each other.
And that's really well put, Cosmic. I like that. It makes a lot of common sense, doesn't it? And the question that was being posed earlier was this. And I just wanted to point out the difference between the concept of the black light and the difference of the black sun radiance, just as a concept, just so we don't mix them up, because I know the New Age has mixed them up terribly. But the black light is a very rarely discussed topic. It's not really, but it relates us to being so unmanifest we can't even think of it, see it, or talk of it. But then there is something which is a relation that we can detect, experience, see, and speak of, even though it's not manifest, but we can see it. That is the black sun radiance. And the black sun radiance is this bleeding that you're speaking about as a concept between the different planes of existence. So when we speak of the black sun radiance, this is like what's bleeding through everything. The black light is more. And what I wanted to say is when I consider light, as I understand light, as it seems like it's being expressed through mystical consideration and concepts, it represents polarity always. In fact, light is the perfect expression of polarity, for light is an oscillating.
That light is attention.
It is an oscillating toric field. And so we draw it as a two-dimensional wave, but it's a toric field expanding, contracting, like a human heart. So light is an expression of life, a human heart beating, a toric field expanding, contracting. And this expansion and contraction is what we see as a wavelength of light, but it is about contracting towards a 0 point beyond one unity of the monad, and expanding outwards towards the multiplicity of all things beyond almost what seems an infinite number, and then contracting back through the nonad back into the no number beyond microscopic to beyond macrocosmic expansion. So light then is like a concept of this field between two poles, one which is taking in and one which is giving out. You could think of it as a masculine and feminine. So light then becomes that expression of the two. And so when we speak of the Ain Soph, and the Ain Soph Or, you could think of this as the fundamental substance of that fundamental polarity. And when I say fundamental, I mean that all things are created out of a polarity. All things are created out of two things. And in the act of creating out of two things, you have a relationship between those two things, which becomes its own whatever. So you have A, and then you have B, and then you have AB as a concept. And so you were saying that all of the Zarfexes and every different box, and I envision the Zarfexes, just to correct me if I'm wrong, as a box made out of smaller boxes, made out of smaller boxes, made out of smaller boxes. And those are Zarfexes. And within those Zarfexes, there are smaller containers. And those are building to make bigger containers. And that the Zarfexes themselves become building blocks for something bigger. And there's this infinite scale of nonlinear expansion of dimensionality that occurs from all directions with regards to any of those box containers. If we're thinking of it in terms of an extra dimensional expression, then each and every single one of those is represented by two potentials, which is the creating force behind it, right? That everything is coming from two. Though in the process of everything coming from two, there is a point where the two meet as a union, which becomes three. Sort of like makes us think of this triangle concept. And so light could then be the expression of that polarity. But what would the substance be between those? And would that substance be, for example, if one Zarfex is made out of a masculine and a feminine, let's just use those as terms for polarity, and then other Zarfexes are made out of more complex constructions of that masculine and feminine. And then you can have more complex constructions of that masculine and feminine constructed into a box made out of boxes made out of boxes, of which is the smallest part of that masculine and feminine, but they're all made out of that masculine and feminine. There must be a universal something that is the fundamental masculine and feminine. Am I right or am I wrong?
So you're talking about the idea that when the masculine and feminine, correct me if I'm wrong here, they come from a kind of like their union reflects that they come. That what you're saying is that the union of the opposites reflect that the opposites were once connected previously.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that there is a universal union expressed of these two possibilities. But that union then becomes an expression which is this universal to each and every container.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Like, there's a kind of a like that's what they call the Zarfex nucleus. You got to think of it like the DNA code of a body. So think of your body like as a Zarfex, right? Each one of your single cells in your body is a Zarfex. And the DNA code that binds all of those cells together, that's what the Zarfex nucleus represents. And the Zarfex is the totality of your entire body, whereas the Zarfex is simply a single cell sort of within that system. And so the idea is like the Zarfex is kind of like it's kind of like a cluster of Zarfexes. It's almost like the Fae described it as kind of like a orgy cluster, where it's like you have the masculine and feminine sort of like in copulation at the center, kind of giving birth to its sort of surrounding cells and structures. And then so the idea is that the divine masculine is the great Z, and the divine feminine is O, sort of the closed eye, and they give birth to K, the organic Zarfex, which is sort of the union between Zith and O. And I say more that Kith becomes sort of more the primary foundation of the universe, but it's in a different order. Instead of one becoming two, it's two making one. So if you think of it like that, I hopefully that makes it more that brings more clarity to that idea, but I don't know.
It's really interesting. I think there's no end to these considerations and contemplations, but it's all interesting ideas. I hope you people in the chat are enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. I'm getting hard. As the saying goes, you know. When a conversation makes you hard, got to be careful. Don't stand up. People say, why is the bush whisperer pitching a tent? But, I think that's like a very interesting concept. And then to look at like the idea of the black sun. Because there seems to be distinction between the black sun and the black light. Where the black sun is something that's quite accessible. And the radiance of the black sun is quite accessible. And this relationship between the black sun and Saturn, which what we're talking about, and you were touching on it, Cosmic, is the relationship between what's bleeding through the Zarfexes, as you put it, which I would consider the radiance of the black sun, and time. there's an interesting. What do you guys think? That bleeding through the Zerfaxes.
You know, the other thing
time.
about solid Zarfaxes I want to mention is that there's this particular type of Zerfax called a phi Zerfax. Now, with Zarfaxes, because they're sort of these non-quantifiable existences, a Zarfax can potentially have an infinite number of Zerfaxes. But in order for a solid Zarfax to be solid, it has to have a type of Zerfax that is finite. That's the phi Zerfax. So the idea is that within a solid Zarfax, there are approximately 16 different phi Zerfaxes that kind of represent different ranges of physical matter in terms of like its intelligent levels. So the different sentient levels require different physics. So maybe there's the black light is the light that's coming from the outer Zarfaxes, whereas the black sun might be the phi Zerfax. Now, the phi Zerfax is essentially also like the idea is that it's this black sort of impenetrable sphere, and that is what allows for matter to be created. So think of it like this. Let's say in your mind's eye, you have a telephone, like an old rotary telephone. In your mind's eye, it's very easy to set that telephone on fire, melt it, pick it up, move it around, rearrange it, turn it into something else. Imagine it's a chihuahua instead, and it can take on all these different forms, even though that has that telephone, because you think about it, your mind, there's no barrier between your consciousness and the visual experience of the object, right? So what the phi Zerfax does, in order for matter to become solid, it essentially takes that same Zerfax, but protects it in a protective black bubble, so that all of my conscious intentions kind of like bounce off of it like bullets on a bulletproof vest, if you will. And that, because of that black membrane that surrounds this aspect of existence, because consciousness can't like directly penetrate it, that in my theory is what I think creates solid matter. So in this sense, because basically the telephone in physical reality has been kind of like soaked in that black substance of the black membrane, or the black light, if you will, and it's connected to that from like a Zerfaxogonal relationship. That blackness is what causes it to become solid. I'll think of it from another way. Let's imagine you're a little ball, and you can imagine yourself becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. You're a little ball, and then you become like a moon, then you become like a planet, then you become like a star, because you're conscious and you can keep constantly expanding. But the thing is, if you had a universe where all the atoms were like this, everything would just explode and expand and be chaotic. So in order for that atom to maintain stability, it's almost like it has to be asleep. So that's what Slizithia basically tells me about matter, that basically matter is very, very sleepy. That's how she talks. But the idea is that like, it's like everything is conscious, yes. So why is it that physical matter seems to be kind of inanimate? And the popular idea in the mainstream society is to say that matter is dead and inanimate. But what this says is that matter is just that life form, but just in a stage of sleep. So when it becomes alive, that sleeping matter essentially wakes up, and that sleep is what allows it to maintain a consistent form. So in order for that telephone to not like burst into fire by me thinking about it bursting into fire, that black phi Zerfaxal membrane protects that from happening. So think about this, like if without that phi Zerfax membrane, without that particular type of Zerfax within the Zarfax, I could very easily just, like scanners, imagine someone's head exploding and then have their head explode. I don't know if you want to live in a reality like that. Like that might be a little bit scary. So I think that the black sun, well, what we would refer to as that's kind of how I would conceptualize the idea, as this kind of like, I don't know how you describe it. It's like you take like a Zerfax and you kind of cover it in sort of a black ink surrounding so that it can't expand. And then because that ball can't expand because it's limited by that black Zarfax membrane, now you have the existence of atoms and particles. So that's what I would think of as the black membrane, or at least or the black sun, I should say. I'm sorry.
That's a nice idea. Indy, brother, you wanted to spit.
Yeah, I wanted to mention about how the black light of the black sun kind of compares to me a lot to the prima materia. That's discussed in Hermetic wisdom, also in Jungian psychology. It's a prevalent thing there. So it's considered to be chaotic, formless, ubiquitous, raw base of all matter, and it's said to be hidden in plain sight, and often mentioned as being hidden within the mundane, which they refer to as like even within like sulfur that has like detestable smell, or even within salt, which is can sting a wound. Or they could say even within dung or urine, you can find that the prima materia is hidden within all things in the mundane. And so it's like representative of not just being everywhere, but also being like something that is sacred, like the sacred, formless, chaotic source of all things. Essential to alchemy. And so obviously the reference to salt and sulfur like being part of the alchemistic process. Also, it's integrated within Jungian psychology, which is also said to be the starting material for the great work and the potential that must be tempered and transformed to achieve wisdom and divinity or individuation. So there's like the figurative philosophical sense of like the transformation of the mind. And then there's like the actual understanding of like the great work of using like the source of all things in the material to form things here in the material realm, from having the imagination be able to wield that source material into manifestations.
I just want to make one comment. That's very similar to what Cosmic was saying, because Cosmic was talking about how matter is sleepy, salt, crystalled, and how there's this awakeness, sulfur. So sulfur represents being awake, salt represents being asleep, and also that this prima materia, what does that come from? Right, now we're getting into the black light, right? So the prima materia, if that's the black sun, where does that emanate from? And that emanates from elsewhere, which is probably the plane of the mentalism. So the mentalism plane is, I think, what we're sort of talking about with the black light, as opposed to the prima materia, which is all of the occult forces and potentials. We have our brother has joined us. Welcome, dear brother. We have been waiting for you for a while. Lovely that you've been able to join us. I hope your boys have got into bed nice and all. My son had the greatest poo ever. He was bragging to me when I went to make cocoa. Dad, I had the biggest poo ever. I was like, well done, my boy. So yeah, we've got, as I like to call him, Toby-Wan Shinobi. Toby-Wan Shinobi. Come to join us, and he's a researcher. You guys have obviously checked out his channel in our group. You know him. But for those that don't, look in the recommended channels. Indy's channel is there. As soon as Indy starts putting content up, more content, you'll probably see it. He has got some content up. Toby has been putting up a nice amount of content. We're waiting for Cosmic to get his channel on go. He's too much of a perfectionist to actually start the channel, which, Cosmic, it's better to just get started, man. Get cranking. And that's what I think. I think just get cranking. You can even just make voice recordings of what you're saying and just put images on the screen. You could do that with Clipchamp. I don't know if you're using Windows. You could do it with Clipchamp really easily and just make like little videos with images where you're talking. Anyway, welcome, dear Toby. It's an honor to have you on the show with all of us. And do warm up your gab, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Franklin. What's up, guys? It's an honor to be here. I've been listening on and off as much as I can, because this is a topic I think we've been building up to for a while. Having our conversations on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or whenever. But I think also this concept of the black sun, the black light, the Ain Soph, is what all of my research has been leading up to, because this is just something that I'm starting to uncover, the connection between all of these. And it even relates to, like, well, when I hear Ain Soph, I just think of inner Soph or inner self. Like that black sun is what's inside of us already, and that's where all things come from. All ideas, like, you call it like wisdom, I guess. The inner wisdom, the wisdom comes from the darkness, and that darkness is inside all of us. But most just want to follow the light, understandably. It's easier to see, easier to spot. It's easier to navigate towards the light. Heading towards the black sun, the black light, isn't a path for everyone. But this inner light, this inner black light, is the inner self. It's where our inner self is. It's our core, our innermost seed, which contains everything. And that's why I think it's related to, like, fearlessness, because it just animates love, this frequency of the blackness, because the white light seems to kind of put on a show. It seems to kind of want your observation, whereas the black light just emits pure love. And that's why I think it's associated with no fear. And it's also what connects everything. This blackness, the thread that we can't see. And it's sometimes called inconceivable, unknowable, because it's not anything which you can, like, quantify. In my very limited understanding, bearing in mind I've been looking into this for like a few weeks or whatever, and not very heavily, but I just think it's the thread which weaves all things. My intuition tells me it's the liminal space, the thread which connects all things, and it's beyond time. It's timelessness, and that's why we can't put it into a box, because it's beyond time. It's the light before all creation, if you can even conceive that. But it could be quite difficult to understand if you're a believer in non-existence, like as in before birth and after death. As far as I'm concerned, what happens when we die is the same as what happens when we're born. There's just existence. And that's something that's quite hard for some people to comprehend, that there is just an isness. There is just an energy constantly flowing, constantly transmuting and changing. So I think that, yeah, this topic like we're talking about today is very close to my heart, because it kind of, it's as close, it is the core. That's what I've always tried to find. They're like, over my years of research and looking into things, to not get swept off in the current of this or that, is to find the essence. And I think this is the essence. And it's difficult to talk about, which is great, because there's so many different ways you can kind of look at it as a topic. But I think it's what makes it sort of easier to observe in our mind's eye is to compare it. So I think, like, the black sun, the Ain Soph, you can compare it to our inner self, our inner wisdom, even Sophia as well. And I think the story of her being trapped for 11,000 years is very interesting, because I'm just gonna say that whole story is about our individual selves, and then we're not separated from that. That is us being part of the world soul, and that we've been separated from it. We've not been able to acknowledge it, not observe, because you can't see it, you can only feel it, but you can acknowledge it. But we've been kind of led astray, so to speak. So I think it kind of helps to kind of have different kind of lenses to kind of view something. Like, with things that are difficult to understand, rather than focusing on the one thing, if you focus on a few different things which are similar, the thing which you want to be focusing on will be brought to light, if that makes sense. So yeah, really looking forward to this conversation today.
Yeah, brother.
Oh, Franklin, there's a lot of echo on your end.
That's because I was testing my phone, but I've got a mic next to my head. So never use a mic next to another mic. It's an old musician trick, right? Like make sure that they're pointing like different directions, because it will pick up the electrical interference of the other mic. Yeah, man, you know that's like we broke down the etymology of some of these words beautifully. Unfortunately, we did that like a while ago. So it's quite a ride. It took me a while to articulate it in hieroglyphic sense. But it's really interesting. Like we've also been looking at cosmic system of understanding the universe. I like to call it boxes, just to make the words simple. Do you mind if I call your things boxes, Cosmic?
It makes more sense if you call them balls instead of boxes.
Balls.
Because there is
Balls.
the Fae.
Balls.
Here, you got to think about this though. The Fae have this like thing where it's like they have a kind of an argument with the elves, because the Fae think that it's better to understand the universe with spheres, and the elves think it's better to understand with cubes, and they have their own different theories. The thing about a sphere that's interesting is that it implies a sort of a space that exists around it, whereas I feel like a cube is it's all encompassing. It sort of seems to take around your entire sort of environment, whereas like with the sphere, you recognize a dome, and when you recognize that dome, you recognize something out of it. So that the shape is actually very important to the philosophy itself. But yeah, you're mostly on the right track there, Franklin.
Yeah, the idea of all of these things, and I hope there's no interference now. Does the sound better? Great, because I'm in the kitchen now, and I'll try not to make too much noise. But this idea that we're in this multidimensional field of expansive fractal existence, of spheres made out of spheres made out of spheres made out of spheres that make bigger spheres, and they do that in all directions multidimensionally, throughout the scale of macro and micro, though the illusion of macro and micro is, I think, what we're trapped within. That's the dimensional perspective. But the macro and the micro are really possibly just all the same expression through different lenses. That's the way you put it, wasn't it, Cosmic? Different lenses.
You touch on an interesting point here, Franklin, about the macro and micro, because I think the idea, like, because in Zarfexology is this whole concept of, like, you know, being sort of trapped within the Zarfex, right? That you don't, because of the sort of the Zerfixes or the belief systems that you're into, they kind of prevent that that understanding. Well, the other understanding is like the false macro and micro. So, for example, what I mean is like the false macro of like materialism is that space goes out infinitely in all directions, and there's just, you know, stars and planets and galaxies extending, you know, far out, whatever. And a lot of people are kind of like, the reaction are like, you know, no, that's an illusion, you know, that's a you know, it's a deception, it's a smaller world. I take a different strategy. I'm like, okay, atheist scientists, you can have your infinite three-dimensional, you know, space or whatever. However, my space amount is that infinite three-dimensional space is finite in the higher dimensional space. So imagine space, just blackness in all directions around you. Now imagine that blackness being kind of like contained into a singular black ball, and outside of that black ball there's like a different color, maybe white or red or green or yellow or whatever. And then once you kind of conceptualize space like that, like a sphere, like actually give it a shape. See, that's one of the reasons why it's so hard to think about space from like the materialist point of view, because there's no way to make a shape out of it. You can't. So by making space into a higher dimensional sphere, you then can see the true macro, the true expansiveness. But if you don't think without the Zarfex, you get trapped in a false infinity. And that's another thing about like why they use the word Ozozo to describe infinity, because Ozozo is essentially an infinity that exists outside of your conception of infinity. So it's the infinity beyond what you think infinity is. And so if we look at space, it's like a false, like three-dimensional space. It's like think of it like a hamster wheel, right? You know, you see someone from the third dimension perspective. If you're in a spaceship, you know, you're going like thousands of miles, like in a billiard ball. But from a fourth or fifth dimensional perspective, looking at it from a Zerfax, that spaceship is like a hamster in a hamster wheel. It's just sort of like flying in place. It's only from the higher dimensional perspective, it looks like it's stationary. But then from the higher dimensional perspective, you see all of this massive space that exists outside of what we call physical space that you wouldn't know about if you had assumed that the physical kind of mundane space is infinite. So by understanding an infinity outside of infinity, that's another way of sort of dealing with the delusion. So I know a lot of people, they like to go lower than 3 dimensions. I go higher than 3 dimensions to escape the 3D landscape.
But how can you quantify space though?
Yeah,
how do you say space is space? Like we're in space. There's space around us, space in us. Space is just space.
Well,
you can't say space is like.
Well, I use Zerfaxes, man. But the idea is, it's like you can't really quantify space. You're right, but you can quantify dimensional distances between ideas. So, for example, the distance conceptually between red and orange is not as vast as the conceptual distance between red and green. See, with red and orange, there's no difference, but between red and green, you have orange and yellow separating them. So even though these are not really like, you can't really quantify color, you can still kind of recognize a kind of a quantifiable relationship between things. So Zarfexology is the idea that, so with like physical geometry and distances, you are measuring physical distances with a ruler. But Zarfexology is also about measuring conceptual distance. So if you think about red and yellow, there is no real location in which the general color of red and yellow exist in space-time. You can't quantify them. But by understanding and comparing them with different types of quality, like orange, green, blue, and purple, then you can sort of assess the relationship between those things. And you can kind of have I guess maybe a pseudo quantifiable existence where you can use a little bit of quantification to kind of make sense of your surroundings and the magical relationships between, but not to the extent where you can pretty much like figure out the entire thing at once and like every single atom and matter. So I guess that answers your question. I'm not sure.
Yeah, sort of. Definitely would love to get into that, like on a further discussion, because I think that, well, I'll just say now, like people, like not you, but people will say like, oh, we're going to space or out of space and stuff, but they forget that we're in space. Like space is all around us. It's just the spaces in between. So when you're talking about talking about quantifying, or like there's this space and then that space, or like infinity above infinity, it's like everything is right here. The infinite is right here. There's no kind of extra space outside of this, if that makes sense. It's like, it depends how you're looking at it, really. It's just, I know maybe that's not where you were going, but it did sound like you were kind of like quantifying space, so that's why I had to bring it up, to be devil's advocate kind of, and just to be like, that space is space. It's like, it's not out there, it's we're
but it's an interesting way to conceptualize it. If you think of space as a sort of a black sphere instead of an infinite continuum, because it's almost like if you can contain that space within a sphere, the idea is you can see and perceive the dimensions that exist outside of it. And so by kind of like condensing it to that level, it gives you a different advantage.
But space wouldn't be the space wouldn't be the shape. It wouldn't be the sphere.
It's kind of abstract, right? So when you think about like the concept of space, because there's physical space, but then there's also kind of emotional space, there's idea space, there's sort of temporal spaces, and Zarfaxology is all about different types of spaces. So you think about each Zerfax contains a certain range of space. So that's what I would think of it. It's like a space range. It's not like a specific object that you can like quantify, because within there are Zerfax. The idea is there's Zerfaxes within Zerfaxes. So if you think about a room or like one space, that's one Zerfax, but all the little objects within it are sort of like what they call micro Zerfaxes that exist inside that. And it's really just about understanding, relation. It's not about quantification necessarily, because it's merely just about, understanding the relationship between ideas and how they correlate together. Because you say everything is here, but also, there's certain like musical correspondences that make sense. There's notes and color tones. They have relationships with each other. And by understanding like, how they separate. And you do raise an interesting point, though, with the whole quantification thing, because Zarfaxology actually does agree with you in a sense, because the idea is that the paradoxical understanding is that we live in a singular sort of Zarfax, but the Zarfax is not quantifiable. And because when you get to a point of quantifiability, you reach a new threshold of dimensionality. So the idea is that, what makes a Zarfax is that it has an infinite, it exists in a way where the Zerfaxes like are just infinitely creating. It creates an infinite threshold within itself. So if you could quantify the number of Zerfaxes within a system, it's not a true Zarfax. That's the idea. And so a Zorfax would then be an infinite number of Zarfaxes. And so the idea is there's a certain point of existence, dimensionally speaking, where quantification no longer makes sense in terms of trying to figure out how things are understandable. Like in this, and if you think about it, quantification is what defines the solidity and physicality of the material realm that we exist in. So that's another point. That's one of the things that the idea of quantity and quantification is a unique concept to solid Zarfaxes, the type of Zarfax that we exist in. And that when you get to the upper Zarfaxes, like the fluid Zarfaxes or the gaseous Zarfaxes, then the concept of quantification, in terms of quantifying understanding, is no longer relevant, because it's just so hyperdimensionally complex, you can't make sense of it, right? So in a lot of ways, what we call quantification is merely the method and tools we use to understand this specific reality that we exist in materially right now.
Right. So this quantifiable thing, and that's me talking, right? Okay, good. This quantifiable thing of space-time, this is quite an interesting concept, I think. That there is no ability to be able to quantify any of these things, essentially. But I like your idea of a sphere as a concept, because it makes me think of a toric field, and that the outer reach of the toric field, the circumference of the toric field, is essentially the center of the toric field, which sort of reflects the idea that the outside is the inside. What do you guys think of that as a concept?
Sorry, my mic was muted then. Yeah, I think that's a great concept. The outside is inside. It's like the black sun is in the center of the earth, potentially. And then it's also in the center of us as well. But also at the same time, that that black light is everywhere. Like I just view it as the liminal spaces, the spaces in between things. This is why when quantifying was mentioned, I was a bit like, what do you mean? Because it's like it's the liminal, it's the spaces in between all things, you know. So I think, yeah, the inside is the outside is the inside. It's all
And
a
that's
spiral.
the
It's all,
other
it's all
important
spheres.
reason that spheres, because I'm so glad you mentioned liminal spaces. So the idea is in Zarfaxology is that there is space between the Zerfax spheres. That's why, see, the reason they're made spheres is so you recognize the space between the Zerfaxes. So that's how the other Zerfaxes are able to reflect into each other, and how other, entities and forces outside of our Zerfax, your own Zerfax, can interact with it. So that's the other reason. And with a box, then all the space is filled up with a box. But a sphere leaves empty space between the other spheres, allowing for other things to enter.
I think you're muted, Franklin, and frozen. There we go. Were you about to say something, Franklin?
Can you not hear me, Cosmic? Can other people
Now
not
I
hear
can
me?
hear you. You were muted a second ago.
Oh, very weird. Maybe it was a delay. It makes me think about that wonderful saying the Christians have called the sphere of God. You must have sphere for God. You must sphere God. Maybe that's really what they're talking about. Maybe the fear of God is recognizing the sphere of God is outside and inside, which is actually an almost nonsensical concept to wrap their head around. Because when I say nonsensical, I mean try and sense it. Right? Like you got to be inside out, upside down, back to front, wrapped up. The outside and the inside's got to be, you got to be pulling your guts outside of you and pushing the outside into you to imagine this concept, right? And that's like a little bit upsetting, no? So maybe there's something upsetting about understanding the structure of the universe, and we call that the sphere of God. But then, of course, the Christians had to take it to the next extent, the fear of God. I don't know. It's a very interesting concept about fear and sphere being so closely aligned, where when you drop the S off of the word fear, sphere, right? You drop the S, you losing a fundamental pattern of the movement. And you're now looking at the structure rather than the movement. And maybe if you look at the structure of something that is inside and the outside, it's nonsensical. But if you think of the movement of it, it's suddenly sensible. I don't know. Does that make sense to you guys as a concept?
Well, I think that the letter S represents a snake. The S represents a snake for me, which is the intuitional wisdom. So if you don't have that, then you have fear. Hence the fear of God opposed to the sphere or Sophia as God. And God sounds a lot like God as well. And then perhaps God is the liminal, and perhaps the liminal is the God. The God, God being guardian or guardians of dimensions. The liminal is the guardian of dimensions. You have to travel the liminal to reach other dimensions, but you have fear if you don't have wisdom traveling the liminal spaces to other dimensions. So most are stuck with fear of God, fear of the guards, fear of the guides, which is the liminal. So they're stuck in one frequency, one sphere, and therefore they have fear. This is what the Lord of the Rings is about, and one ring to rule them all, one frequency to rule them all. This is also Ahriman. This is the hive mind. This is the cult. This is the cult, to be stuck in one sphere rather than traveling the liminal and reaching other dimensions. But first, you have to meet God, which is the liminal, in my opinion, which is the guardians of the threshold. You have to travel these, what I call rivers, in our psyche, the spaces in between, to bring back concepts of other places. So yeah, I think God, guide, guard, it's all the same.
Welcome to everybody that's joined. And please, people, don't be shy. Don't forget, like, share, put it out there, social platforms, let people see it. The more people that actually are part of this conversation, see this conversation, the more energetic and vibrant it becomes. Isn't that interesting? Welcome, Lockie. We got you in the crew. We still got Carly running strong. We got D-Love. Welcome, D-Love. We've got Tom Rue rocking, Howard rocking. We've also got Cosmic the Prankster pranking up the cosmos. And we've got everybody else that's been in here. Big love and blessings, the star. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely lovely conversation. I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, I think like there's a lot in what you guys have been unpacking. I was making myself another smile in the kitchen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is my third cup of cacao. Think of it as I'm not enjoying cannabis, but I'm enjoying cacao. Yummy. You can just like swim in this stuff. I would love to have a cacao bath one day, maybe when I'm rich. No, I don't think I'd be able to waste cacao like that, but the idea is quite pleasant. But yeah, this idea of this cosmic space, and this cosmic, this S. If you think about an S, it's fire. An S is fire. Shh. That's the sound that fire makes. And so you think of the elemental creatures related to that. Salamanders, right? Hissing serpents. Serpents are creatures of fire. Salamanders. And so that's quite an interesting concept. I think when we're thinking of the fiery principle, we're thinking of that fire, which is the ignition, right? The ignit. And nit, Germanic, has got to do with new, knit, and free. Knit, knit. And then you think of things that are knitting together, which is creating something. It's highly creative potential. So I think of that serpent sign as fiery potential as that creative potential, which is like the igniting factor, the start of things, the seminal fluid that impregnates the egg cosmically, the cosmic egg, to produce, a fetal expression of what was before, so that what comes after can be maintaining the harmonies of balance of that which is the beginning and the end as a continual loop. And that continual loop is in a constant state of ignition. So we think of like alchemical potential. We're thinking of sulfur. Sulfur is the fiery principle, but soul, the soul, when it's implied by time, the T cross, the soul then becomes the crystallizing factor of the persona. The ego expresses itself as a persona, and that becomes like stuck you know, in the moment of a crystal. And though that sulfur is the part that is in a state of movement, but specifically igniting the flame. So it's really interesting when we look at these sounds, and if you imagine the words sound of S and sh, so it's the teeth. It's basically air rushing over the teeth. And from a Hebrewic perspective, that literally means fire. That is literally the element of fire being expressed in its most fundamental state as the tarot card of the final judgment, right? And that judgment, that final judgment card, is the second last card in the major arcana. So there's a lot to consider there when we think of this alchemical fire as being an important driver behind the expression of light. And the expression of light is the creative ignition that the creative principle has upon our mind. And our mind is water, right? We've mined this water comes bubbling up, and the air bubbles through our mind like little thoughts. But the bubbling of the thoughts moving through our mind is because of the scintillating stress created by the fiery principle of heat being applied to the water. And this gets the boiling temperature, or moves us towards boiling, producing the buoyancy that will create the elasticity between the moving elements of the fire, so that it has structure. Because fire has no structure, doesn't it? Water seems to have no structure, but it is the root of structure. And air are the principles of structure. So we have the principles of structure through air, the root of structure in water, which has no structure but implies structure as a continual expression of structure without being stuck in structure, where air creates the differentiations necessary for that structure so that the fire can propel the bubbles through the water, and that will then produce a crystallization. This is like alchemy we're talking about, is it not? It's just rather interesting when we start looking at how these elements combine and how they each have like a role to play when we're talking about the black sun. Because talking about the black sun, we must be talking about fire, right? But there's also quite a watery element to the idea of the black sun. The very notion that it's cold light is a conundrum, because hot is the element of fire, cold is the element of water. But water is wet and fire is dry. But what is dry is earth, but cold. So the cold light of Saturn is the structure of earth. And so there's a relationship between the structure of earth and this fundamental expression of cold light, which I think makes sense that the moon is, I don't know if you caught this, Shinobi, but these are ideas that are expressed in the Sanskrit architecture as well as other systemic principles. I dug up some receipts from the Arabic ideas of the cold, of the lunar potential, right? Of the lunar light being cold light, as in it's not reflecting the sun, the moon, it's reflecting the black sun. What do you think of that as a concept?
Well, I just want to say that I don't think water technically is wet. It gets you wet. It gets things wet, but it's not actually wet itself. And then in regards to the black light being cold, the black light, from my understanding, isn't cold. It's what gives you like a warm hug. It's the white light that's cold. the black light is possibly like when people die and they feel peaceful, they feel like they're back in the womb. That is the black light. That's you going back into the black light, and that's warm. That it warms your soul. So the black light, I'll just say that whoever said it's cold, I disagree. It's my intuition tells me that the black light is warm, and that it would be watery, and then the white light is actually a cold light. And in regards to the moon reflecting the black sun, that is very interesting. I personally think that the moon is there as a distraction from the black sun. Perhaps when people go a bit like crazy during a full moon or whatever, perhaps it's drawing up some of the black sun, and perhaps we would be connected to the black sun if the moon wasn't there. Like we have the father sun, and then we have the mother earth, which at its core emits the black sun, which we're connected to. But I think the moon definitely has some kind of, I'm not sure, some kind of like system in place to distract us, and that is the white light. That's the white light that perhaps when we die we see that we're not supposed to go towards, like the reincarnation trap, whatever. But the way I view it is that that's not when we actually die, it's right now when we're alive. Like that white light is technology, and that we're just being distracted. We're being distracted. This is the same process when we die happening now while we're alive, being distracted by all these white lights, where really we should be going in towards the black light, acknowledging the black light which is all around us. Like if anyone's ever done acid, you can feel it, the kind of water that's everywhere. Other people might say it's like fire or earth or air. I'm saying it's water because that's what I'm mostly connected to, but you can feel this watery substance all over you and around you, and you can see the blackness in all things, like the coming and going, the shimmering. It's not all solid. It's like 1% solid. The 99% is the blackness, is the darkness, which is all around us, which we can kind of tune into and tap into. So I think that the black light is warm and the white light is cold. That's what I reckon.
I thought when you were talking about acid, I thought you were going to mention when you see lights flickering in the periphery of your vision, because that's what I would always experience a lot when I would do like psychedelics like that. That was when I knew it was starting. I would feel like flickers, like to my left or the right that I couldn't quite see. And sometimes that's how I kind of think about like these spectral or sort of magical like lights that don't really have a kind of a physical basis. It's like they exist sort of outside of your physical vision in this kind of weird, abstract, like almost synesthetic kind of way. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting because I've had this a couple of times, but last night when I was going to bed, bearing in mind it was a Scorpio full moon. It's a Scorpio full moon at the moment, and that's my ascendant at 29 degrees, which probably matters. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, full moon regardless. Last night when I was lying in bed, at the end of the room, I could see recently I've started seeing this kind of like mirage. Like, I don't know if it's like the ether or something. I have seen it in between leaves often, but now I can see it kind of with most things. I could see it at the end of my bedroom, and I was looking at it for ages because I've realized I like meditating with my eyes open, which is weird. Most people meditate with the eyes closed, but I like meditating with them open, like staring into the darkness is my favorite way to meditate. And realized that is a kind of meditation, just staring into the darkness, and you can see like lights like around and like beings which are called the undine, I think, and just like worlds basically. But yeah, last night, I've had this before a few times. I felt like I was on acid basically, not like just subtly, Like I could feel like it's been similar to acid, similar to mushrooms. Basically, whenever I do mushrooms, not for a long time, but my nasal, I've got a sinus infection, but my nostrils were so clear, my breathing was so clear, and my senses were really enhanced, and my hands felt like a bit wet. And this was after staring into this kind of what I thought was the ether, is kind of like flickering, kind of like plasma, which was just parts of my room moving around. But I spoke to a friend about that a few weeks ago, and she was like, because I explained it to her the last time this happened, I was like, oh, like a while ago this happened. She's like, oh, have you thought about meditating when that happens? And I was lying in bed really tired, and I was like, had this feeling like I was kind of on acid, like connected to another realm, maybe another realm or whatever. But yeah, I decided to meditate, but I find it quite hard doing it with my eyes closed. So I just turned off the lights and had a dark room, and I was just staring, and it's so peaceful to stare, to just see the kind of like shimmering of these things which are called the undine, I think. And then you can occasionally see like little lights moving around, but they move at different speeds, because you guys were talking about light not moving at different speeds earlier, but I see these little lights, and one moves really slowly and another one will go. It's so interesting. But yeah, I wonder what that's about. I don't know why I felt like I was on acid. I've had that feeling like 3 or 4 times. It's pretty cool.
Access the indeterminate zone without drugs, basically. You know, the way I see, you know, when it comes to all this stuff about, about meditation, I do the open eye meditation stuff too. And one of the reasons I realized why closed eye meditation doesn't work for me is because I like subconsciously visualize the room that I'm in, which makes it harder for me to visualize with my eyes closed. So for example, like if I'm lying in my bed and I'm trying to visualize myself being in like a field, for example, it's hard to do because my brain automatically like projects the room I'm in existing outside of my eyes. And that's kind of how I came up with like the idea of the Azer facts, that we have a kind of a weird like, so basically the idea is we have a kind of a mental map of the world we exist in, right? So let's say you have a route to work or school. You don't really have a map because you, in your mind, you can kind of visualize like where you're going to go. Like, so if you're turning, you know, left to go to your route to work, in your mind's like eye, you can kind of see where that's going to go. And I realized that if I go to a place that I'm traveling out of town, or if it's a place I've never been to, I don't have that mind's eye thing anymore. And I realized I can actually weirdly visualize better, because I noticed that what's going on is that you're trying to visualize things, but even with your eyes closed, your mind is still trying to process the environment that you're in, which makes it more difficult to visualize things. So you have to learn how to like, kind of like separate yourself from the environment, or the other option is try to work the environment, you know, within your visualization. So I do the open eye visual meditation thing too, but I always keep one eye closed. And the reason I keep one eye closed is it makes it easier for me to perceive the edges of my vision. Because I was thinking, like, in terms of parallel universe theory. So let's say you're sitting in your room right now and you look to the corner of your eye and you see a big spider dangling from a spider web. And it's like dangling down from it. And then you take a look to your left and there's no spider there. It was just your imagination. But if parallel universe theory is true and there is an infinite number of multi-universes, then that means that there was a universe where that spider was actually there. I mean, it's possible that a spider could enter your room. So my theory is that what you see in your peripheral vision are actually potential parallel universes. So this is like my idea is that the peripheral vision is like a doorway into the fourth dimension. And by keeping only one eye open, it makes that process easier to do. And the other thing you do is you try to make sure that you focus on the space where your peripheral vision intersects with your mind's eye. So let's say, for example, I have one eye open and I see like a dresser or a bookcase at the edge of my vision, right? So I see half of the bookcase at the edge of my vision, and the idea is you're supposed to kind of expand your mind so it goes outside of your peripherals, and you try to intersect what you're seeing with your third eye and put it at the very edge of your peripheral vision. And when you do this, it's like you can perceive the fourth dimension. It's like, it's crazy. And I through understanding this fourth dimensional space that I'm talking about right now, this is basically how I started this whole Zarfax theory from that particular idea. And I just basically expanded upon that. So in terms of like meditation, then when you see things outside of your peripheral vision, you're actually seeing potential alternate universes through sort of the curvature of your vision, so that there's just like a slight angular curve of light at the edges of your peripheral vision, which sort of allow you to see extra dimensional realms that exist on the very edges. So if you want to, so I've learned that if you want to perceive the fourth dimension, you have to start with your peripheral vision and learning to perceive outside of it.
Yeah, okay, so to catch up with there's three things. There's what you were saying now, Cosmic, and there's what you were saying before, Toby, and then there's what Cosmic was saying before. So to go back to the beginning, the flicker rate. The interesting thing is this is actually why I started podcasting. This is the reason why I started. It started off for me with one video that I did, and basically that one video became, if you go to the channel and you go to courses, you'll see, and I noticed the other day that I haven't uploaded all 108. Wow, you guys are in for luck. There's 9 videos to upload for lessons 2. I uploaded them to my Patreon. I forgot to upload them to my so it started off with one video, right? And one video was because I heard people talking about astral and etheric things, and I was like, some so-called guru was trying to say that they were like different words for the same thing, and I was like, whoa, hold the horse cart here. And so that got me inspired to start to make a video, to just put out an alternative perspective so that people can realize actually that's not really how it's been understood in multiple traditions around the world. And if you experience it yourself, you'll notice it's not quite the same. There's 2 very, very different modes of travel. But getting back to the flicker rate, and this is what inspired this. When I did that one video, I realized I had to do another video, and I realized I had to do another video. And before I knew it, I ended up doing what was a succinct, natural expression of 108 lectures, short 10-minute lectures that came over a period of 108 days. And that was like an entire course that I sort of channeled every morning after solar gazing. So that's for people that are interested. I actually break down all of this, but not just what it is, but how to do it and how to develop it and how to actually the specifics behind different elements of it. That flicker rate, which is essentially you're downloading. Your brain is downloading consciousness and uploading consciousness into your brain. That's what the brain is. It's an oscillating freaking thing. It downloads one piece of information through the hormonal field. It correlates that electrically through the central nervous system and then uploads that through the electrical field. And so you got this magnetic, electrical, electromagnetic expression of the prana, the life force that's coming through the brain and the body. And so this is why your meridian systems of your feng shui body system, which we access when you're doing like acupressure or whatever, relates to your hormonal centers, and how the hormonal centers relate to the neural centers and the particular nadis, the particular channels, or what they call meridians in traditional Chinese medicine. But this relationship in the brain-body system has got to do with this principle of downloading hormonal emotional intelligence and uploading rational intelligence. And the upload of rational intelligence produces this form and structured reality that we're experiencing, and the downloading of the astral produces the flow of the energy. And so this flow of energy mixing with the form, that sleepy thing that you were talking about that we upload, and this fluid thing of movement that we download produces that flicker rate, because it's download, upload, download, upload, download, up, and it's a continual cycle, but it's happening extremely fast. So that flicker rate, there's many ways of inducing it. I cover this actually in a lot of these little videos, and particular exercises that are really simple. And I actually want to do more specific work with teaching people to discover the different flicker rate between the air element, the different flicker rate with the water element, the different flicker rate with the fire element, the different flicker rate with the earth element. They have their unique flicker rates, and they have unique experiences, each of these elemental states. And there are actually simple, usable techniques to inspire very specific experiences through each elemental state of consciousness. But this download and upload flicker rate is really fundamental to understanding how the pranic field is becoming an electromagnetic resonance. And this electromagnetic resonance, which is matter and time and space, is channeling through it the prana. And the prana is the source of this electromagnetic field. And this electromagnetic field is, as we know, it's a toric expression of outwards, inwards, like a beating heart. So the universe is basically lots of really, really minuscule beating hearts, beating really, really fast. And like you say, Toby, the hearts aren't all beating at the same pace. There's different layers. That's what it is. And as you deepen your perspective into each layer, you notice the layers behind it and the other layers, and you notice sometimes you're seeing that layer, sometimes you're seeing this layer, and the different layers are like almost like layers. It's a good way of thinking of the elemental states of expression and physicality and consciousness merging are different layers, and we see these as elemental progressions. And so when we look at this field that you were talking about, Toby, right? It's like a field. Let's think of it. And it's interesting that it's easier to see in the dark. This was why, oh, by the way, I'll give you guys a hint. It's easier to see when you're crapping yourself. It's easier to see when you're afraid of not being alive. Heads up. Ancient Egyptian rituals, buried underground in a sarcophagus, right? Going deep into a cave and having the cave walled up by other initiates, and you're stuck in this absolute darkness. You don't know what's in here with you. That fear.
Right.
I used to go
do that initiation.
Hey?
Sign me up.
Well, I used to do it here on my local Table Mountain on the other side. You see, there were parts of the forest which were like quite high trees, and they're pine trees, but they grow prodigiously here. And I used to go, when it was the dark moon, into these deep dark forests, and I've got an innate sense with creatures. I can sense snakes, I can sense spiders and scorpions, I can feel these things. And I used to go to the place where the nests were. The nests of scorpions, the nests of these dangerous spiders. We've got some pretty dangerous ones here. The snakes, where the predators are busy hunting. And I would go deep into that place. Now, this is so dark you can't see your face. You can't see your hand, right? You can see nothing. And I used to go in there, and I would sit in this place aware of all the danger around me, because I've specifically tuned in to find the most dangerous place and go into that place. And sometimes I'd have like big webs stuck to my head when I walked in. And I reckon I've got big spiders crawling. And we got spiders the size of our hands, right? Like, this is Cape Town, man. We got all sorts of stuff in these wilds. And black scorpions and the big black scorpions, they give you a nasty sting. And cobras and puff adders and a number of snakes that can like end your life. And so I'd go and sit in here, and I'd become afraid, and I'd sit in that fear, and I would digest that fear, digest. And when you start digesting that fear, the first thing you notice is, wow, you can see. You can see in the absolute dark. You can see using that black sun radiance. So it's quite interesting. And then you start to see all these different layers of reality. They're like layered, and it's basically, like you say, it's inducing a kind of a DMT experience in your brain, because nothing shouts DMT like fear. This is why, like, a lot of people say, like, what's your shamanic ritual initiation? I'm like, dude, it's the fear of not being alive. What do you mean? What I mean is, like, to become a shaman, I had to risk life and limb on a number of occasions. And in that fear, that's where the guides come to me, because I'm now ready to leave this world. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to survive this. I'm ready. Okay, let's do this. And suddenly you're not alone. The ancestors are there, and they're like, no, we got you, baby. Don't worry. We got you. You're like, you got me? Yeah, we got you. We're going to get you through this. I'm like, okay, cool. Get me through this if you want me to, but I've already made up my mind. I'm okay with not being alive. That's like that level of extreme opening, rupturing of the soul that initiation truly represents, and did represent in the ancient times, before people invented bells and whistles and incense and had cute little incantation ritual initiations like what people do in modern times. That's like deep shamanism. So, like, that's really how you become a shaman, is you strip away the layers until you're ready to not be alive. And when you're accepting that you're not going to be alive, then you're there, you're ready. But that whole stripping away involves facing very deep, very intense fears. And so there's this relationship between the sphere of space, reality, and the fear at the heart of experiencing that the outer and the inner are one coil of a serpent. And this field, these fields of filters of different reality frequencies, and it's like a soup of frequencies, but they're overlaid, and we can shift our consciousness towards different elemental states and experience different particular radiances and frequencies of it. And what I would say, and this is something I wanted to say to you earlier, Shinobi, I almost forgot, was the distinction between the black light and the radiance of the black sun. Many people that have researched this think that it's the same thing, but like the black light is a very, very rare and undocumented thing, but it comes from the Sufi tradition primarily, and it is the notion of Ain Soph and Ain Soph are the embodiment of this within the Western occultism. And within the Vedic practice of mysticism, we see the relationship of the fundamental, the Om Tat Sat. Now, the Om Tat Sat, the Om comes from the Tat, comes from the Sat. And these are an expression of what they call Sada Shiva. This is like the fundamental mental radiance of fundamental state. But that is separate to Maha-Kala, as they call it in Tibetan schools of thought, for example, which Maha-Kala and in Vedic schools of thought, which represents the great wheel of time. And the great wheel of time is bound by its own essence. And so this radiance of the black sun is related to the unmanifest aspects of reality as ourselves, as who I am, as the persona, the ego, as all of these integral parts of who I am. Though outside of this, there is something a lot less tangible that cannot be perceived or personified or understood or conceived of while in the state of me or I, as this is something that is too profound in its deconstructive value to be put into a constructed model, for it would deconstruct the entire universe. We're talking about Kali.
Well,
in her most
Well,
mystic
can you not
representation.
could you not experience it but not be able to relay it?
Well, here's the thing. The radiance of the black sun, yeah, completely. And it's not easy, and experiencing that, like, you know, if you like, you know, if you are psychedelics, you'll experience it, right?
Yeah,
and
but
and
then in the
and
same sense, you can experience it not on psychedelics, because that the
yes,
psychedelics just activates what's in you already. Hence, why the black sun is in you already. And I would love to try and argue the point as someone only just looking into this, bearing in mind that I do think they're the same. And I'd love to talk about why they're not the same, because they seem to be the same thread: the black sun, the Ain Soph, the inner self, the black light within, the black light around us. And then you can experience it on like acid, psilocybin, but that's only activating something in you already. Like DMT is in us already, like that is in us already. It just needs to be activated, and you can experience it but not tell, not what's the word, I said relay, but I mean describe it, like quantify it. Basically, it's unquantifiable. I'm sure you can experience it while alive. I don't think anything is out of the realms of possibility. And for people to say, oh, you can't experience it in this lifetime or anything, who's to say at all? Who's to say?
the black light, what we're talking about, is something that is specific. When we speak of the black light, when we speak about the black radiance of the black sun, that's very much within our field of experience, potentially. And like you say, you know, the psychedelics is one thing, but that's why I was pointing out that fear is a very powerful DMT releaser in the brain, right? Facing fears. This is nothing is as potent as that, as opening you up to, like, looking into the black sun. You want to see the black sun radiance? Though, when we speak of the black light, imagine the concept. The black light is a very very subtle, extremely subtle potential that how can I put this? Well, when I went through 9 layers of expansion into different bubbles or different aspects of this reality, I got to the final one, which is like that final gate. And that's where they stopped me from going through. And I could sense that there was beyond this, right? I could sense that there was beyond this, but I could sense that there was a finite sphere that I was within, and that I would have to leave the sphere to experience that. And I was ready to leave the sphere because I was in such an extreme state of ecstasy. More ecstasy than I could ever have imagined experiencing on any substance, through concentration on that one point within the entire universe. And that one point took me to this boundary where I was ready to pierce this veil, this final element of this, it encapsulates us. And I decided I needed to see what was on the outside. So if you think about a toric field, you've got the outside of a toric field and you've got the inside of the toric field. And so in a sense, I agree with you that the inside and the outside are essentially the same, but they're not, but they are. So the involution toric field and the outpouring toric field are essentially the same thing. But when we're speaking about the outside, we're talking about the source beyond 0 points.
But
and so that source,
but the source isn't outside, though.
This
going
is
beyond
what
isn't. Okay, right.
This is what I'm trying to. So what I'm trying to explain to you. There's an inversion. There's an inversion that happens when we're passing away. That we travel outside and the universe is inverted. It's inside out, right? But we're traveling outside and we're expanding outwards into the center. It's a very convoluted, like imagine a figure of 8 inverted, spinning. And so these two different spins are dismembering themselves, and there's 3 aspects of this dismembering happening, and it's all being torn to pieces from the center. And from the center, it's being ripped out. And those pieces being ripped out are the 3 personalities that we have that get ripped out of us. Or shall we say the 3 get dismembered, and in the dismembering of these 3, memory is lost. That's why we don't remember, right? Our past lives to the next life, because it's been dismembered. And those 3 come out of each other like the only thing I can compare it to is like that 3, there's this symbol that you'll see of 3 things coming out of one. There's a Celtic spiral of 3 spirals that come out of a same point of a spiral. That's what you experience when you pass away, if you are pure enough to experience that. In other words, if you're not stuck in, and I'm not speaking conceptually here, right? I'm talking about, this is like when you drown. Like when I drowned, this is what I experienced. And so leaving this physical, watching the universe torn apart, but it was torn apart from my inside. And as it was torn out of me, I noticed that the entire thing was inverted, and that this cosmic thing was like profoundly, but that there was like Cosmic is saying, there's like, you're in a sphere of sorts, and there is actually a place where you actually are bound within this sphere, and you do leave, and there is an outside there. So like when I came across this idea of the Ain Soph Or, I was relating it to my experience of leaving the flesh, of passing away, of having my memories ripped out of me, of becoming an adult as a 3-year-old, and remembering my past lives and why I was here and how I was brought here, and then being forced back into a body as a 3-year-old. And not being able to make sense out of this, but understanding something cosmic about the inversion of the universe as a little child. And then that drove me to understand these cosmic things. So I think that there's been a lot of people that have written about it, but haven't experienced it. There's a lot of people that have spoken about it, made YouTube videos about it, but they haven't experienced it, so they don't really know. So they're imagining and conceptualizing it and philosophizing it, which is all good and well. There will probably be certain truths that will be released in that process, but it's not the same as actually, like, I know Cape Town. I can talk about Cape Town because I am in Cape Town and I've been in Cape Town. I know London because I've been in London. I understand London. I know what London is like. But if someone hasn't been there and they've read books about London and they've imagined what London's like without having been there, there's only so close they're going to get to understanding London. But having been around London and knowing London quite well, you're going to have a different idea of what London is. And it's the same sort of idea, really. And this principle of expansion, that of things being torn out, that are your memories, when you notice these things being, and it's like a 3 spiral, it's like a 3-armed spiral. When that has been removed, you are no longer who you are. The idea of who I was, I'm not that person anymore. I'm different. I'm a something else. And then in order to come back, you have to put on those clothes again of the identity. And then you're back in this identity again, having experienced that, like, I'm not this identity. I'm actually, there's this cosmic sort of shift of laughter and interplay of the ridiculousness of this play that we're in, because it is really like a play. Now that fundamental exterior, here I'm just guessing, I'm philosophizing, that must be the center of the toric field out there. And what we experience is the circumference. What we experience as the center of our toric field is actually the circumference of our physical reality in this inverted experience of being outside and being ripped out, literally ripped out. And because it's an upsetting experience to be ripped out of your body because of like excruciating pain, right? And all these people that have these near-death experiences, I'm like, yeah, mate, you fell asleep. I'm sorry, it's a lucid dream. The fact that you fell asleep, I'm sorry, it's a lucid dream. You could write as many books as you want about near-death experiences, but you fell asleep, and at some point you've woke up with a kind of an experience, and it's a kind of a dream. It's very different when you do not fall asleep. When you are awake through the suffering and the agony and the excruciating agony of your body going into spasms and your lungs exploding, and that excruciating agony, and being aware of the juices in your brain secreting and the DMT running through your blood, and suddenly that the whole universe is just sound and it's vibration, and actually experiencing that, and then feeling like, hey, this vibration is like, that's the whole universe. Like, that's weird. And then that vibration carries you out and out and out and out of yourself. It's like you're expanding, and then you get to a point of expansion where you're now looking inside yourself, and the whole universe is what you're seeing, and you are that entire whole universe. It's like it's a heavy concept. And then that thing is being torn open, and you go, hold on, those are my memories I'm looking at in that universe being ripped out of that place, like it's spiraling out of that point, those three things. And this is what the Celtic three spirals trying to explain. Obviously, there've been high initiates that were able to train and have this actual experience of leaving the physical realm, of going final tom bye, here I go, I'm not coming back. And so that experience then gives you a keynote to that inside out experience. But that inside out experience then it's all vibration. So now coming back into the body, to the sphere of all of these reality and these elements that have been stacked up and put together like building blocks, that in and out constant movement that Cosmic was talking about as a flicker rate is the essential uploading and downloading of this process that we're in, like a sphere. But we aren't actually here. We're actually elsewhere. And when I decided that I'm done with this, I'm going to sit down right now, and I'm going to get enlightened, and I'm going to sit here until I'm enlightened. I don't care how long it takes. Yeah, sure, I did that 24-hour meditation under a tree the one day, and that was great. I opened up all sorts of psychic windows, but I'm done with that. I don't want to see psychic stuff. I don't want to experience it. I'm going to sit here until I'm done. And if I don't survive, then so be it. And I went into this point where there was just one point, and that was the entire universe. And I put everything else was gone. And then I broke out of this field of vibration. I was like, oh, right, I'm back here again. Like when I was a child, when I was drowning. Okay, cool. And there was euphoria. And I just went deeper in, and wow, I broke out of the next boundary, and the vibrations were higher and the euphoria was higher. And I broke out of it. And by the second boundary, it was like the most powerful MDMA you could imagine. I've never had anything. By the third boundary, the fourth boundary, by the fifth, by the sixth, by the seventh, by the eighth, by the ninth boundary, I was in such a high state that when this circle of elders above me said to me, I can't pass because I will not survive, I was like, I was so euphoric. Like, what is survival? What is life? What is not being alive? I can sense there's more out there, but I can't see it because of this boundary. I am going to go through this boundary. And I decided that this boundary was me. I was this boundary. And there was just one point. The entire thing is one point. My Shiva eye is piercing this boundary. And this is a dangerous samadhi practice. Don't any of you do it, because you might not survive it. I'm being real. I'm being serious. I didn't know at the time. I was cocky. I was young. I thought that because, at that time, I've already done 35,000 hours of meditation. I'm ready to do this. And I wasn't ready then. I thought I was. It took me another 15,000 hours of meditation to realize how little I knew. So if you haven't done like 40,000 hours of meditation, you probably don't want to even try that. And that's on the background of someone who actually experienced it as a child. So just to give you a scale of how much work there is to do, there's an incredibly large amount of work to do to prepare the consciousness to experience these extremely subtle states of force, of consciousness. And, you got to train, like first meditate for an hour, meditate for 2 hours, meditate for 4 hours, meditate for 6 hours, meditate for 8 hours, meditate for 12 hours. Then build yourself up to the point that you can meditate for 24 hours without stopping. do you understand the excruciating agony of meditating for 24 hours? You cannot imagine the mental stress and the rupture that it takes to meditate for 24 hours. Imagine trying to meditate for 6 hours if you haven't gotten over 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like a gradation, and it takes many years of extreme training to get to the point where you can push your mind to that point where there is just one point and there's nothing else. But that is the goal in like the most fundamental state. And there seems to be a universal exploration, whether Buddha, Vedic, whichever cosmic alignment, even the Kabbalah, they all point towards this one point, and that's the focal point, and that's the Shiva eye that transcends all time and space, Maha-Kala and everything together. So when one is like pushing one's consciousness to that point, it's almost extreme. It's not necessarily healthy. But I wanted to go through that point, and this circle of elders said to me I couldn't. And that got the fire. There's a fiery element in me. I was like, oh, I can't. Watch me. And I allowed myself to be absorbed into that membrane, and they grabbed my mother. They grabbed my mother. They went and fetched my bloody mother, and they brought her to me in front of me right there to show me my mother. And I was like, whoa. And I saw flashes of why I need to be in this flesh. My mother, me, my child. I saw these flashes like I need to, the lineage, for my mother to be able to reincarnate, I have to have a child. Whoa, what? And it brought me back to reality. My mother has a cosmic cycle of, there's so many other things here, more than just me. And I'm just one small little piece of a big chain. And that was a heavy realization for me to take. And that was when I decided, okay, I won't push through this membrane, but beyond this membrane, there was, and I can't call it a black light. The black light is not a light that you see. I can only imagine that this is what the Sufis are talking about, because I'm guessing that they've gotten to that point where that is the final point of samadhi. And if you go past that point, you are no longer physically alive and you lose the body. You're gone. How I can only imagine that's what they are insinuating from my experience of the black light. And I came back into my body, and I was euphoric still for like in that euphoric state. Later on, my ex-wife said to me that there was a message from my mom in our communications. And I went to the actual internet connection, and my mom was freaking out because she had had a dream at the same time that they had brought her there. And in her dream, what she thought was a dream, she saw me with the light getting brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter. And she said that she saw this light getting so bright that it was going to explode and extinguish itself. And she was so afraid, asking me if I'm okay. Has something happened? Have I been in let me know. Are you alive? Has there been an accident? What's happened? Because my mom also has ESP. She has her own lineage of ESP and psychic things, just like my father did. They come from different lineages, but they both have the vision, the sight. She can see those that are deceased. My dad had telepathy, and he could see the future. So they have two different rays of ability. But so it was like a real slap in the face for me. Like, wow, my mom actually remembered that experience. I didn't expect her to remember it, but she woke up in shock, worried that her son was not alive, 4 hours after this experience, or 3 hours after this experience, and emailed me telling me about this experience. So it was a completely real experience that was phenomenally experienced by both me and my mother in objective time and space. So it means it wasn't just inside of me. This was a cosmic experience. And the reality of that humbled me, because I had been shown by a shaman that I will not become, I have to wait like more than almost 20 more years, right? Before that. And I don't want to wait in that many decades, but this time was decades ago. And he drew the timeline of my life when I was initiated. starting at my birth, and every event that had happened throughout my childhood and my life was on this timeline, and every event that came up to the point of what he expressed to me, you fool Krishna, at this point. And so that was for me like a shocking revelation of the scale of this universe. But like you say, cosmic, there seems to be a finite boundary that we're locked into within this Zerfax, as you call it. This is why I like what you say, cosmic. It seems to make a lot of sense to me when you speak of these spherical things, because it felt like I was in a sphere, to be honest with you, cosmic, when I was this child experience. And later on, when I had this more adult experience, it felt like I went to the outer layer of a sphere, outer layer to the final boundary of that sphere, but knowing that if I go through that, I won't be physically alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting because that kind of aligns with what the Fae talk about in terms of going to different Zarfexes. So the idea is that in our Zarfex, there's two sides, right? The Zarfex interior, which is like you can go 4 Zarfaxes deep into the Zarfex interior, and you can go 4 Zarfaxes deep into the indeterminate zone. And the idea is within this body that we have here, our physical body cannot go beyond the 4th sector of the indeterminate zone, but we can mentally project an astral body outside of it. But it aligns with exactly what you're saying, is that, see, the idea is like basically what I figure is that when you get to the 4th level of the indeterminate zone, you're basically so deep into the DMT realm, you basically forget who you are. And because you've forgotten who you are, you no longer have the mental capacity to navigate and project your mind further into that space, which is why the Fae say you should only go into the 1st or 2nd Zerfax of the indeterminate zone and then project and then sort of do like a mental astral projection. But it's interesting, like when it comes to, I don't think I've really had like a near-death experience like that. It's like a really like cool story, but it is kind of interesting though that how a lot of like the seed or inception for our spiritual path, has to do with stuff from our early childhood and like reconnecting to those feelings that we had. There's undeniable like an element of like childhood nostalgia that comes with this Fae practice and sort of going back to those early days, when you're a kid and you're into like Disney movies and fantasy and stuff like that. And, you're connected on that level. But an interesting like perspective that, the Fae have kind of showed it to me, and I'm kind of like, well, I'm not 100% sure it's verifiable or not. But it was also the first time I ever got like way too high on cannabis but it was the strangest sensation I ever felt. So I'm sure you can relate to this because you've lucid dreamed before, that, when you have a lucid dream and you're doing whatever you want in your lucid dream, there's the kind of meta awareness of like, okay, I'm in the dream world, and sort of outside of me, there's this meta of the awake world that I can awake into, because you're not afraid in the dream world, because it's like, well, if a monster is coming, after me, or the cops are going to come to arrest me, I can just open my eyes and wake up into the real world, and I'm out of this place. And so when you're in that dream world, you don't feel that anxiety. Well, on that cannabis experience, I felt that while I was awake. I'm like walking down this like forest, like bike pathway in the middle of the night with a couple of these other people. And I had the strangest sensation that what I saw in my physical vision was actually a closed eye visualization. Like, it's like you think about like a closed eye visualization, but in reverse, where instead of you close your eyes and you imagine you're someplace, what you do is you basically keep your eyes open and try to pretend you're in bed, closing your eyes, imagining you're in that place. And so, and I have this sensation with like the Fae and Ezethia, which is the Zarfex that they come from. And they basically tell me that I'm in like in a state, like I have a body there that's like in a state of hibernation or something like that. And that when I die in this physical world, my eyes will open there and I'll just wake up like this was all a dream. And so there's that kind of like, and, I don't know, with the Fae, I'm always kind of like, I always like to try to like backtrack and make sure that like I'm not either like they're telling me the truth or I'm not just like making something up for myself. But in a lot of ways, that perspective, just like as an idea, it's like it's so deep. It gives you a different perspective on things. Like and the idea that everything is just a bunch of like dream bubbles and stuff. I don't know, man. Maybe you're from the outer Zarfaxes too. Who, I don't know. The Fae tell me that it's definitely a lot more common than we assume. But yeah, maybe you were trying to go back out there too. Who knows?
I think we're all from out there, except for the soulless ones.
Yeah, we know who.
That and I don't know about this, just what I've heard, what Blavatsky speaks about, and Steiner sort of hints at it a few times in his discussions, and it's just got to do with beings that have that are being puppeted. Does that make sense?
Well, it's the idea is, but from the Fae's perspective on like humans, and specifically the ones that are kind of like conditioned to material reality. Well, that's just how their consciousness is. That's the sort of the world that their consciousness spawned from. So in the same way that a penguin prefers to live in the Arctic and a camel prefers to live in the desert, there are certain human beings, human souls that this materiality is sort of orthogonal to their consciousness and their being. And I think perhaps for, spiritual people like us, our consciousness is orthogonal to some other kind of space, somewhere else. But, it's like, are they puppets? Well, they're certainly vacuous. I won't deny that. But, that's where I get into the whole concept with like the Zulurfikes is. So Zulurfikes is the idea of the idea of false religions. So the idea, not even false religion, just religions basically turning into, certain structures themselves. So it's like a belief system, but it becomes alive in the dream world. Like even if it's false, like the Zulurfikes essentially makes it real. And the thing that I've realized about Zulurfikes is that when the Fae keep telling me this, is that you can't logically disprove a Zulurfikes because a Zulurfikes is essentially a living thing. It's an organism. If you think about Christianity, for example, Christianity is not just the Bible. It is essentially the collective mind and consciousness of the people that believe in that religion. And through their consciousness and their experience, they essentially manifest it and make it real. And they make it manifest into reality. And that's essentially what the Fae call is a Zulurfikes. And the idea is that Zulurfikes prevent you from understanding this outer Zarfax stuff I'm talking about by taking that membrane that you were trying to escape from and putting some kind of guardian threshold. And so the idea is whatever your belief in ultimate reality is, then becomes the thing that blocks that membrane that I'm talking about. So, for example, if you think there's some specific God that's the creator of the universe, that's what becomes the edge of that membrane. If you think that material existence is all that there is, that becomes the edge of the membrane. And the idea is, and why I'm so keen on my philosophy of mystery is what is able to pierce that membrane. Because when you open your mind to mystery, you realize that the membrane is just a membrane and you can cut through it. There are no beliefs holding you back. There are no doubts from scientists or other religious people with their dogma and their scriptures. When you are alone with the mystery and you accept that primordial other, there is like this deep like freedom where you are able to realize like, hey, there's a world outside of this. It's not necessarily like it's not like a nihilism where you become amoral and you become like, devoid of laws, or you think that nothing has any matter. All it really is simply going back to that place when you're 3 years old, because if you think about that near-death experience that you were talking about, like I think one of the things that probably made that experience so much more euphoric is that you didn't have a religious architecture or a language really yet. I'm not sure at 3 years old, but not really at that point to really flavor and contextualize that experience. You were just left with that pure, raw, cosmic primordial experience that can't be defined in religion. And that mystery, and it's like you were in that mystery, but you didn't really need this like religious structure to explain it. And when I talk about mystery, that's what I mean, like in a deeper philosophical sense, where you're at that place where you're like, I have no idea what the hell is going on, but it looks really like, I just really like these colors. It just really looks nice. And this thing, this shape, this looks really cool. And you just get back to that simple, that very simple space, that very simple mindset where you're just amused by like simple things. And when you open your mind to that mystery, it's like you can see past people's nonsense, you know, and you can see past, and you realize that. But I think the typical thing about opening yourself up to that mystery is that it also does involve leaving behind certain comforting beliefs and luxuries that a lot of, you know, religious, you know, belief systems tell you, that like they have certain promises, certain, you know, contextualizations of how you understand the world. And that can be a difficult thing to do, to leave behind some of those structures that you once find comfortable. You know, the thing about why it's difficult to leave behind a belief system is that, you know, there's positive aspects about it that, you know, like, for example, like before, and I believed in, you know, more traditional occultism and magic because I was part of that community, you know, I had a lot more faith in my belief. And so a lot of ways my magic was more powerful. And leaving behind, you know, that and embracing the mystery, I kind of lost that power temporarily because I wasn't gaining that power from being part of that consensus or that group anymore. And I had to learn how to gain that power by myself without sort of siphoning it from being part of a group collective. But once I was able to sort of like, you know, figure that out, you start to realize the tremendous freedom, and you realize how much, you know, you were held back before. So, you know, I think that when it comes to what you're talking about with these experiences, I think sometimes you might just want to think like, you know, like when you try to like use religion to like make sense of it and religious metaphors to try to kind of understand the archetypical relationship, maybe like try once to not do that, just as a thought experiment. Like think about like, what if you just like, instead of looking at it from a narrative, just like, what does it mean? Maybe you're finding something, some sort of mystery and some aspect of the universe that nobody in any religion has touched on before, and that you're at the precipice of a mystery of a whole new world that maybe other mystics and other people have never seen before, because their minds are so conditioned by religion, because they're so conditioned by these beliefs. And, you know, that's the value of that primordial mystery, and sort of going beyond that, you know, traditional structure, because you realize like there's some really interesting stuff that exists outside of the mythology. Look at all these aliens. Look at this weird pyramid. It's red and it's got neon lights, and there's like weird antennas and masks coming out of it. Like, what the heck is all this stuff? And you're like, I've never seen any of this before. I've never seen this in any textbook. And mystery opens the gateways to that kinds of strangeness. I don't know if there's any value. I don't know. It's like there's something about that weirdness, because it's like, it's part of who I am, you know, and maybe that's why I explore it, because it's like you're finding yourself out there. I don't know. I kind of went on a ramble, but, you know, I think that it's important to keep the mystery alive, because the problem with religion is that it wants to explain everything. It wants to make sense of the world and contextualize it so everything seems safe and nice and easy to explain. But if you can resist that urge for temporarily, just for like a little bit, and just accept that mystery, you start to see different things. You start to come up with different observations and realizations, and you can understand things in contexts and ways that you never could before. And that's how you come up with like different languages and stuff, you know?
You know, I'm following you completely. Is that Indy? I'm keep trying to see what I'm seeing. Like, I was just worried, like, is Indy being arrested or something? Like, is he okay? Is that Indy that we see through the
Yeah,
bushes
he's like
there?
gathering leaves or something.
That is Indy. Okay, good. That is Indy. Just checking. The last time he pulled this stunt, he was like, the cops took him off. I was like, what happened? Like, is Indy with us? Is he good? He's fine. But I'm completely following what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense. And I've got a bit of a context there of the words that you were saying were inspiring thoughts and impressions in me. And so you had come from and I've also, I can relate to this. Yeah. When I grew up, when I was like, 11, 12, it reawoke in me. Yeah. In a big way, where between the ages of like 6 and 11, it sort of went more dormant, right? I could still like have a connection with nature. I could still sense animals. I could still sense things outside. I could still have a feeling of what was going to happen, but it wasn't quite the same as when I was a child, right? Like the intensity of that experience, like you're talking about that, the difference of the power, right? That you could touch, the experiences that you could have of like literally entering into someone's mind versus just having an impression. And that drove me into occultism. And the occultism, I got to a point where like when I was like a young adult, where I was like, I think I've got everything I can get from this. Like, I think I've reached like a ceiling, and I was like, I need something else. And I didn't know at the time, but I needed India. It was calling me like so loudly. And I was like, what am I going to do? And the only thing I could think to do would be to just give up everything, to give up all my possessions and speak to the universe and say, if you want me in India, put me there. And the universe did it. Yeah. And it picked me up and it put me in India. Like crazy journey. And in India, I discovered something else, like the Tantra and how the yogas spoke to me as opposed to the Western Hermetics, which is what these gentlemen had introduced me to Hermetic Kabbalah, and the Hermetics and the Kabbalah was what I like grew up on, you could say. And those training exercises and that path. And then I was like, 10 years later, and I was like, well, I've got all I can get from that. I went to Israel thinking like maybe the Jewish Kabbalah. And there I got connected to these like, these teachers of the Hebrew University, and I spent a lot of time with them. And I was like, yeah, but no. But India was still crawling in my heart. Like part of me just wanted to be in India, just wanted to get into the jungles. Just felt like my feet had got to go in that nature. And it was just like ache in my heart to be there. And when I got there, I can only say this. I moved from occultism to mysticism. And I think like now that I think about what you're explaining, is you were in occultism, and occultism is like it's like a cult. Yeah. It's like you're part of a cult that what you were talking about before and was the membrane that binds you. But what is the structure within that membrane is the egregoric field of matrix of consciousness that you're in, right? Naturally. And so there's this sort of fundamental relationship and connection that we have with the peers. And if you think about Western occultism, right? It's about groups of people getting together and doing group rituals, right? In its core, fundamentally. And it's about a group of people invocation of particular ideas. But then when you go to India, you're all on your own, and it's more like an evocative experience of what's within you just pouring out of you. And that's like what I'm hearing from you, is you started with an invocative experience of occultism with magic, and then you discovered within yourself mysticism, which is like already inside of you wanting to pour out of you. Does that make sense?
You know,
Is that
I'm
okay?
actually kind of thinking. I'm thinking a little bit further back into my spiritual journey, and kind of like why I'm trying to think back the thing that started me off on all of this stuff. Because growing up, I wasn't really like when I was like a kid. I wasn't really that spiritual. I mean, I love nature, but I was just kind of like your standard nerdy kid that liked to play video games a lot. Like I didn't really think I was really that spiritual. But I think for me, what growing up was that I was both deeply terrified of going to hell, but I was also terrified of the atheist idea of there no being afterlife at all. I'm like, and this felt like these were the only two socially acceptable things to believe in. I'm like, and to me, they're both equally distressing and disturbing. And I can't live my life. So I think, oh, I'll get into Buddhism. That'll be a nice middle ground because at least there's reincarnation and all that. And I was like kind of like into that for a while, but then I kind of realized like, I'm not really into the whole reincarnation thing here. And I'm kind of like, I'm interested in like, exploring these outer spaces. And these Buddhists are like, no, just focus on breath. I'm like, yeah, I like breath and relaxing, but I want to focus on this cool stuff, all this cool, weird alien shit. And they're like, no, it's no big deal. But I really want to. And you're kind of like, you get from that and like, then you start realizing there's stuff in like Buddhism that are kind of like you don't agree with. And you're like, wait a minute. And you're like, this is kind of a trap too. And then, let's get into occultism. And then we'll figure something out there. And maybe I'll figure, things out. Then you realize there's the pitfalls and the traps within the occult belief system. You start to feel all the limits of the imagination. It's like I'm trying to find the outer Zarfexes. I don't know what it is, but I keep running into all these different barriers, all these different things. And I realized looking back, it's like all I ever really wanted to do with the spirituality is like escape from spirituality. All I want to do with religion is to escape from religion, dude, and using spirituality and magic to do it. But in a lot of ways, it's like by looking at your story, it kind of like recontextualized what my spiritual journey was really about when you kind of look at it that meta perspective. Because looking back at what I was looking for was freedom for my imagination. And it's like, because atheism, like, there's certain things you're not allowed to believe in magic, you're not allowed to do these certain things. And, that was limiting to my imagination. But then with atheism, it's like, oh, there is no afterlife and everything is just thoughts in your head, that's also really limiting to my imagination. But then I think like, what's beyond the oneness? And they say Buddhists are like, you can't go there. That's the limit. And I'm like, hell no. So you keep going further and further. So in a lot of ways, it's like my spiritual journey has been about growing and expanding my imagination and then getting frustrated when there's like something blocking my path. It's like there'll be somebody thinking that there's ultimate reality. And I'm like, no, I'm going to keep going further. I don't ever want to stop. So it's like, in that relentless like pursuit to just keep pushing, even when people are telling me it's like cosmic, we already figured it out. We made it to Kether. Buddha figured it out. There's nowhere further to go. But there's this part of me, it's like, no, you got to keep going. You got to keep searching. There's still something missing. And I'm glad I kept going on that journey, man, because I found some really interesting things and a lot of really like great entities along the way, man. So, yeah.
Yeah, man, you're speaking about imagination, and that's quite interesting. Like I'm looking at this series of correspondences that I've mapped out here between mystical thought and occult thought, like side by side, and just looking at like how limitation is an imagination sitting in that little huddle, even though the one is a different octave of the other. So there's like a kind of a shift. I can't explain it in words, but imagine like red light shift or something. There's such a concept of like the one accelerates past the other one, even though it's on the same point. It's the next level of that, but like of that. So like to think of like the one embodies it. So that the limitation embodies the imagination expressed as harmony. The harmony embodies the will expressed as an eternal state, yeah, which is what keeps the wheel turning. The eternal state embodies the desire that keeps the structure, the karmic structure, turning. The karmic structure embodies the sensation that maintains the foundation of matter. And like from the top down, the unity embodies the inspiration that that becomes the potential. The potential embodies the intuition that becomes the form. The form embodies the memory and the vibration that becomes space. And the space is the substance of the limitation. So, like, interesting how you're talking about imagination and limitation, and they're like, I think like the way to activate imagination, that's like why I sort of share this little idea here. The way to activate imagination, I'd like to see what you think about this, Cosmic. The way to activate imagination is to go deeper into the limitation. What do you think about that?
No, I think you're onto something. Absolutely, like, because I think that by testing your limitations and because it's not, there's no fun in being transgressive if there are no boundaries to break. It's like, I want to break something, man. That's the fun of it. It's like having a challenge and getting past it. I mean, a lot of it feels like, a lot of the Zarfexology stuff and getting through these Zerfikes, it feels like a video game, and that you're going through different levels and there's different like puzzles and challenges, and you have to kind of like, it's like I have to debate like every religion and point of view simultaneously in my head. It's between both the religious people and the existentialist nihilist people, and like forming a synthesis between all of it. And it's like, and it seems like, and it was like, by saying everything is organic, it's just like it answered all the philosophical questions pretty much. Like that was something I was like thinking about the other day, like in terms of like philosophy, like, like Christians and atheists, they'll always have these, these debates about like, ethics and morality and how things should be with God or without God. But I realized that the reason that they have all these moral arguments and why there is debate is because they define the universe as a machine. And when you define the universe as this dead machine, then you have to come up with all this philosophical arguments as to why the machine is somehow loving and compassionate, right? That somehow that this dead soulless machine has a soul. It's like, okay, the machine doesn't have a soul, but we're going to come up with a philosophical argument as to why it has a soul. But if everything is organic, you don't have to do any of that stuff. It's already implicitly there. And that's that childlike understanding that we have before adults try to like explain everything, And I think it's important to learn to be able to how to get back to that, like, that's what I'm very fascinated with the word like primordial, and primordial, I think like, not in the sense of like, like the religious sense where there's like, a white light coming at the sense of, I'm thinking like dinosaurs, I'm thinking like Cthulhu monsters and tentacles and weird, strange alien things, and being part of that primordial strangeness. It's an interesting thing too. Like as a kid, I was also definitely very like strange, and I was kind of like, like I was kind of like physically disgusting in the sense I would do things like pick my nose a lot, and that grossed out a lot of the other kids, which would make me call me gross and disgusting and not want to touch me. And that definitely messed me up psychologically, and emotionally, and definitely it's been a duffel thing. But I think from that, it was like some people, I think they try to come up with this pristine identity. But there was a part of me that the one thing that helped me get through that growing up is that I kind of embraced the role of being weird and freakish. You take that strangeness and you wear it like a badge of honor. Like you're weird and like you freak people out and you scare them and you're like, hell yeah, dude. Like I'm blowing their minds, man. And you learn to take power in that shit. And it's, that's an important thing, So, and with limitations, the other thing too is like, if you can imagine like anything that you want, there's no real challenge to that. And it just basically becomes like a sandbox game. But limitations, it's always like, ooh, there's a new puzzle to thing. So, the thing to me, like when it comes to like what I hope for, like in my afterlife, and what I hope to do when I'm done with this physical incarnation, my best case scenario is that I basically go back to live with the Fae out there in the outer Zarfexes, and that I continue to keep exploring the universe and keep exploring things. Like my hope is that when I die, that I continue the exploration and the learning and the exploring. That's why I never really liked the whole like Christian idea of heaven, man. Because like the idea that God is going to explain everything and that everything is going to be solved, all the mysteries are revealed. It's like, to me, heaven is not a world where there are no more mysteries left. To me, mystery is what gives me a sense of meaning. Mystery, because think about it, mystery is the thing that gives you an incentive to go out and look and explore and solve the mystery. And I think that's also the difference between mystery and nihilism, because nihilism is also something that, it seems like if there's nothing new under the sun, life has no meaning. There's nothing left to explore. There's nothing left to inquire, But a mystery is like a tempting woman that demands you explore it. It's something about it. Mystery has an inviting quality that demands that you explore it, to understand it, to unlock its puzzles and its riddles. And that mystery is what gives life meaning. So my hope, to me, heaven is knowing that that mystery is still alive and well, and that there's still more things for me to explore, more realms to discover, more thresholds and boundaries to find. And I find a lot of these afterlife concepts so depressing because there's this sense of finality to them, to the sense of, well, that's it. Everything's done. The show is over. Everything is perfect. There's nothing left to do. But I'm just saying, like, hey, maybe the game is beaten, but I got some, bonus content, some downloadable content after, some secret levels after you've beaten the main game, so to speak. So, that's kind of how I hope to see the other side. I don't know. I don't know if other people feel the same way. Maybe they do.
Hey, brother Indy, how you doing? I was worried about you. It's like Indy wasn't here for a long time. I was like, dude, what has happened to Indy? But he's good. He's here. He's all good.
Yeah, I was tending to my plants, but I was listening in.
Nice.
Yeah, I've heard
Nice.
that on the other side, people that have gone there get a little disenchanted because they're passed down to the ones who are able to come back. In this example that I'm talking about, there was a girl who was in a coma who spoke to her father who had passed on. And he related to her that it's all kind of all light and love there. And so there's like really no contrast that much. And things get to be like kind of like too simplified and like too effortless, and like there's no challenges, there's no mistakes. It's like gets to be drearily divine, where it's like overly predetermined to a degree. Like things aren't going to be exciting, and like there's not going to be bumps in the road and like challenges along the way to find blessings in disguise. So people have related that the other side gives a yearning to return back here to the chaos and to the darkness, to be able to transmute it and to come out on top in the battle of it all and fight through it and wrestle with it. And that on the other side, that when they see everything revealed, it takes away the mystery. It takes away the wonder and the determination to find the other side, to be able to find what's unseen. And that can be disenchanting for some on the other side, apparently. So that kind of paralleled with what you were saying, Cosmic.
Yeah, totally, man. And that just kind of, and what you said basically just kind of like reconfirms all my theories about Zarfexes and Zerflexes and all that stuff.
I think there is no end to mystery. Like, I mean, I can't speak about, well, I can remember some pieces in other existences, and there's still mystery. It's different, but there's still so much more out there. Like, there's still so much more out there, and there's still so much more, and so much more, and so much more, and so much more. It's like we're expanding, growing into deeper understanding. I don't think it ever ends. I don't think it ever can end. I don't think like one can ever get full.
It's
Does that
true.
make sense? Like
Yeah.
there's just no end to how much what we can grow. It's like martial arts. I'll use that as a metaphor. Like in the beginning, the mystery is the techniques, right? Then after that, the mystery is aligning the correct alignment between the stance and the techniques. Then the mystery is the alignment between the stance and the techniques and the fluidity of the flowing. Then once that fluidity, the stance and the techniques, then the mystery becomes like the refinement of the micro stances within each, the micro structures within each technique. And the more one goes into those micro structures, the more one, and so like, it's just, and like my Shihan would explain to me, like he's still learning. I'd be like, oh wow, like you've been doing this for like 50 years and you're still learning. Holy crap, you know? Like, or you know, whatever, however long he had been doing it for, then must be like 45 years of training or 40 years. And he was like, he's still learning to refine his technique. And like it was like, if that becomes your mission, it'll never end, you know? And so yeah, but I mean, that's a really interesting concept, like this woman saying this. I think like the idea of growth is just like there's no end to the Zarfaxes, are there, Cosmic? You pop out of one and you come to the next. You pop out of that and isn't it an endless, almost, I don't want to use the word infinite because I'm not sure I fully understand what infinite is, but it's close to infinite.
That's why I use the word ozozo instead. It's a better term to describe it. Because I figure if we're going to describe what's beyond infinity, why am I going to use a word that exists in the English language? You know, that's what I go with, ozozo.
Is Zozo. Yeah, man. These are all really interesting conversations. I noticed we've been going for a good 4 hours and 22 minutes. And Indigo is trying to get my attention there. She's like rolling around on the floor here next to me. Now she's coming to me. Now she's here. Okay. Do you need daddy's attention, my big girl? She's my golden retriever. That Indigo. Is that a Bindigo? That's a daddy's girl, abuela. She's daddy's big girl. Yes. I think they want to go outside for pee-pees and all of that business. Oh, now I've got little Henry here. Next thing I'm going to have Ori and I'm going to have the whole crew like overwhelming me. the dog family. But yeah, I mean, it's been an absolutely scintillating, great, enjoyable conversation. And I've got something to look forward to. I just realized I'm going to watch the second half of Dune, the new Dune. I haven't watched the new Dune. I started watching it. And I was like, oh, okay. The new Dune. Yeah. I must admit, I went in going, I don't think you guys are going to beat the old Dune. That was my attitude going in. And so far, I haven't been that impressed. I mean, it's not bad, right? But like the old Dunes, like I was saying to my girlfriend, like from what I've seen so far, the old Dune had that, like the film had that real like ambiance of like the darkness, right? Behind these different races going to like steal the spice, take the spice and enslave every planet they go to, you know, whether they're the Arconians or the Arcades or, you know, whichever group they were all working for the Emperor, and the Emperor just wanted the spice. But anyway, that's something to for me to look forward to. I just remembered. Oh, Dune, that's gonna be fun. But yeah, it's been an absolutely scintillating conversation. Dear Cosmic, dear Indy, and dear Toby, Shinobi, Shinobi One Kenobi. I love that name. But it's, I think like I've said everything I need to say. Do you guys have any more you want to throw on the table, Indy or and Cosmic?
Not really. I think I'm pretty good.
I think I'm good. There was something I was trying to think of, but it's evading me right now. Something about Shinobi was saying about how the black light is the same as the black sun. Oh, what I was trying to say was, you asked earlier, Franklin, like if there's black light, like what's the source of that? And so I was thinking at the time, but I never got around to replying. That according to my my integration theory of quantum physics and particle physics, that's explained. What I've seen the universe to be composed of is that there is a source mind, primordial source mind, that is embodied by the ether. But there are other forms that are unseen that lead up to the ether, the progression to return to ether. And those forms are dark matter and dark light. And the dark light ultimately turns back to ether. In my understanding, that matter and energy, which includes light, visible light, and other unseen electromagnetic frequencies that can be determined with different instruments. Those different forms are bundled ether that is unraveling, and as it unravels and sheds layers, those layers that are shedded off of the unbundling ether, which we refer to atoms as atoms and molecules, those layers that shed are the energies that we sometimes see as visible light, which are then engulfed by the event horizons of the black holes at the galactic centers. And then from the poles of those black holes are emitted the dark matter streams, as like kind of two trees, like a tree with roots going down and the branches going up. And then it expands from there. And as it expands back into the dark light. And the dark light kind of starts to like permeate beyond the branches of the tree and the roots, and like kind of fills the space and goes even to more expansive directions. And so that'd be like kind of like the prima materia. It's like that ubiquitous stuff that's always there that you can use and mold things, and it influences the matter and the energy. It's like the unseen, like source, closer to source material that's like ubiquitous for us. That was explained in like Hermeticism as being like the unseen, primordial, chaotic substance that's everywhere. And it can be molded or forged into manifestations of the material and the light when we can work with it. But ultimately that dark light completely unbinds and just returns back to becoming more ether, and which causes expansion of the cosmos. So basically what it all comes down to is that it's kind of like an integration of like a toroidal field that of the source mind that kind of comes in and then comes out and becomes more, and then returns back into unifying, and then goes back into expansion. And basically what's happening there is that everything is made of one, but then it takes on different forms. It goes into inversions and then is then transformed and transmuted into expansion.
Yeah, man. You know, I was just um um trying to share the idea that the black light isn't a term that is usually used in Western occultism. It's a specific Sufi thing, and but it actually they draw a big distinction between that and the radiances, and then that it's not specifically a light. It's more like the consciousness sees radiance in all. Does that make sense? The consciousness sees the radiance within all things, and that even the darkness is radiance, as opposed to seeing the specific radiances of the black sun, because the black sun's got a spectrum coming out of it in the same way that the sun that we know has got a spectrum coming out of it, which is an interesting concept. But I think there must be a fundamental association which is like outside of our realm of linear association, if that makes sense. Like a very abstract concept, which you can't really even necessarily put into a cognizant frame to be able to put into words. Like, which is an interesting idea, really. You know, that going beyond liminal thought. What a concept, going beyond liminal thought. But yeah, man, it's been a total hoot. It's been a totally lovely conversation. And Howard, right, as we're slowing down, we're cranking up again. Gotcha. That's awesome, to say the least. Back at you, Tommy. You guys are having a cool conversation here. Salty, Seabirdy, Tom Rue, Big Love, Lucky Leak, D Love, and everybody else. Tom Rue, Howard. Yeah, man, Indy coming in with the heat. Ozozo self-generative. That's an interesting question. Is Ozozo self-generative? Well, it's more fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't even know how to answer that question. I guess you could say in a sense it is self-generative, but in what way? Because we're talking about non-linear time fields of non-beginning, non-ending. Just I don't even know where we exist. It's like you don't know where you exist. The thing is, when you like go deep and meditate deep into Ozozo, you start to realize you don't. It's like you find the center of the universe, but you don't know where the center of the universe is in like relation to this other outer thing. It's like, where do we even exist in relation to like what? It's like it's really like mind blowing. You know, it's one thing to talk about it, but it's another thing to actually like go through like a visualization like exercise in your mind just to like conceptualize it. And one of the things I realized is what it does is it's like the whole concept of surfaxes and bubbles is that in order to understand you know what it is, in order to understand that there are surfaxes outside of your bubble, you have to deal with the pain of popping your bubble. And by stretching your mind outward into Ozozo, you eventually pop the bubble, which gives you the realization that there are bubbles outside of your own.
Yeah, man. Bubbles. All the bubbles gonna have to burst at some point. Well, it's been an absolute honor, Cosmic, Indie, and Shinobi, and all of you beautiful people in the chat. I hope you guys are gonna have an absolutely awesome weekend and that you're enjoying the beginning of your season, be it summer or winter. Summer if you're in the north, winter if you're in the south. I think we can't have this conversation without giving an ode to Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell, wow, wow, wow. Black old sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black old sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Got to think about old Chris. He put that into such a beautiful context that he made us all think about it, didn't he?
I like the mellotron on that song. Soundgarden is like one of my like favorite all-time bands. Like I think I'm one of the rare people. I think Super Unknown is better than Nevermind. Like that's where I'm at with Soundgarden. Like they really like, I don't know, they're just more psychedelic. I love Nirvana, but I felt like Soundgarden was always more complex and psychedelic sounding than they were. They're more introspective, which I related to more.
Chris Cornell is just bloody amazing. He must have been one of the best singers ever.
You know what's crazy about Chris Cornell, man?
Range.
When I first heard Soundgarden, I was convinced the band had two different vocalists. When I first heard it as a kid, I thought there was like the loud guy and the soft guy, and then they're like, holy shit, they're the same singer. What the hell?
Yeah, that he was amazing. He was really, I think, like Queen is celebrated as having an amazing voice, and Queen did have a pretty powerful and incredible operatic range or whatever, but I think Chris Cornell has got to go down in history as probably one of the best vocalists with the greatest range of vocal capacity out of all.
I was thinking about Soundgarden. Like, you know what? My favorite, I think actually Like Suicide is one of my favorite songs. She lived like a mother, but she flies so sweetly. She lived like a mother, but she flies just like suicide. And then Kim Thale with his like guitar solo, man, that's so good, dude. They don't make music like that anymore, man. Fuck.
What was the band he was in after Soundgarden? They were also pretty.
I never got into
Audio Slave. They weren't bad. They were good as well.
Yeah, but they didn't have the same like dark, like kind of like gothic vibe that Soundgarden had. Audio Slave was a little different. Of course, the last album was a little more like country-ish and like Down on the Upside, which had some good songs in there too. But Super Unknown, I think, is my all-time favorite. Just like every song on that album is just like memorable.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What was one of my favorite tracks? I can't think of it right now. I sing it quite a lot, actually. It comes up and I have to listen to it every once in a while. What is it? I don't know if it's from that album. It might be from one of the other, from the second album, third album. How many did they do? They did 3, didn't they?
Well, there's 3 that were like mainstream, but there were 3 before that. Like they had like 6 albums actually, but the ones that most people like, Bad Moto Finger is album number 4, technically. So there's 3 more before that, but I think Bad Moto Finger is when they got like mainstream and big. But they had 3 albums before that.
Those are the ones that I knew because I didn't listen to, like, I'm talking about when I was young. So that's like, you know, that's 90s, early 90s, like 1990, 1991, 92, 93.
Yeah, Bad Moto Finger was 91. I think the other 3 albums were like in the late 80s, like 89 and before that.
Okay.
They started in like 87, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I was probably only listening to them in like 89, 90, 91, 90. So that's interesting. I must go and take a look. There's probably a lot I haven't heard. But there's just so many. You're right. There's so many amazing tracks. What is the one I'm thinking about? It's about who I am. It's the idea of who I am. To be yourself is all that you can be. That's Soundgarden, isn't it?
I don't know.
To be yourself is all that you can be. Or is that Audio Slave? Was that their first album, or was that the last album?
I think that might be.
That was the
Audio
first
Slave.
album of Audio Slave.
That song
track
feels like it's
also
like a
captured me.
2000 song, not a 90s song.
That is a later one. I think it's 99. Anyway, decades ago. It's been a while. But anyway, it's been an absolute honor and a ball. And I hope you all are going to have a ball and enjoy your ball. The big ball, the ball of wax, the ball of space, the ball of time, the ball. Don't forget to dance. Always you have to dance at the ball. Life is a ball. You're living in a ball, and you got to have a ball. And in order to have a ball, you got to dance under the ball. And yeah, life is a ball dance. Big love and big blessings to all of you. Take it easy. Keep smiling and keep jiving, and keep your positive goals ahead of you. And remember the challenges that brought you to where you are, and find that harmony and balance between the two. Om Namah Shivaya. Big love, big blessings.
Blessed be.
All right, it's been a good roundtable, guys.